Oh, wow. Gotta adjust this thing just right. All right, I think I just about got it where I want it. Hopefully that stays right. All right. Well, let's see how this barrel will turn out. Weights out of the way too. Okay. Am I missing anything? No. For this job, you're gonna want a pair of wire strippers. It's also got a wire cutter in between there, as well as on the sides if you're dealing with smaller wires. And just for the for extras, you're also gonna want a pair of pliers. Needle nose works okay. You don't have to have one. They can be short. They don't have to be the long type. Short works just fine. You want to have these for a more easy cut approach, because sometimes you may struggle with these. And of course, a pair of scissors. Scissors are going to be for the tape, obviously, though. All right, let's get started with the basics for this. Also, bear in mind, with me being way over here, I won't be able to see the comments. So if anybody just joins in, just feel free to chat amongst yourselves, because I won't be able to check the chat until like later on, before I even stop it. I still haven't figured out how to get it to just stay on the darn thing when it uploads, though. When I figure that out, though, definitely will be able to look back and check back on any comments I may have missed. So if I don't see your comment and you pop in the chat and say hello, I'm not ignoring you. I just can't see. I just can't see the chat. Okay. As you see here, I taped it down on its regular end. Just trying to so you can see it. Did it that way. In fact, I got a better idea. Just to make this a lot easier. Wow, our thing just rolled away. Hopefully that's, matter of fact, no, that's not long enough. I want to make sure this is at least long enough for it to hold it in place. What you can do is like make a T, have it go in split ways, and then have a piece of tape going over that so the sticky side is well secured. This is what you can do if you do not have double-sided tape, which I was meaning to get when I forgot, unfortunately. But this works just as well. Now you may be wondering why would doing this is so that when I put the coil on the barrel, it'll be a lot easier. Now, I don't have to put 2 of these on there. I don't have to do that, because if I do that, the sticky side is going to be on one side, and obviously having 2 would be a bit of an issue because, well, it may touch the floor, and I don't want any type of dust on the floor. Not that I don't sweep the floor, but dust tends to build up quite fast, actually. Okay, so I'll lay you down there. And if you heard that ring, don't pay a mind to that. That's just their silent noise. I do this all the way down to the bottom. By the way, for people watching the stream, normally I wouldn't even give a damn that they do this because they do it every time, especially with the color coordination bullshit that they do. But apparently they had a lady go down there talking about something. Well, it doesn't matter if you don't want to die. I mean, you're gonna die if you don't take your medication. As soon as I went downstairs to go check for whatever packaging I had down there, that's what I'm walking up to. They're probably happy that I'm mentioning this, but at the same time, like, they're getting super pissed because, like, they know what this can do. I mean, the barrel, not the barrel, but the bucket was already enough of a example of that. Now then, about my, I needed to basically mention about the the Rife belts. And as I showed you all before, it works well, but there's one problem, and that's the radiation issue. Now, anything that you have radio-wise, as far as a pair of headphones, even a speaker system in your car, all of that is going to produce radiation. So what I want to do is try to figure out, because it must be a way where I can turn that radiation into like a healing ability, to be able to heal instead of do damage. And I know this is possible because of the innate stat. I know this is possible because also Zacchaeus mentioned this, that you can actually use radiation to heal. And we've all, as many TIs will tell you, we've all are experiencers of just that. In fact, I did not make that as far down as I should have. Great, now I gotta cut that piece off. Just wasting tape. But we got at least about 4 rows to get through. And I think that we might not have to use all of it, but you never know. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. All right. You wonder what these are? That's the Schumann resonator. Got like about 2 of these. Gotta have those on as I'm doing this, because especially while I'm talking, because it will obviously try to get EEG data from that. Now for every fellow TI, anyone who's new to being targeted, when honestly we don't even need more new people being targeted. We need to really stop this organization, to be honest. My honest opinion. When you see street theater and they act out in a way to where they're verbally threaten you, and as far as violence and stuff like that, do not pay attention to that. Just ignore them. Ignore them, okay? The reason why they do this is so that they can actually get you in a state of fear. As you see, when people are in a huge state of fear, they're more likely to be able to be controlled. And you see, that's their desired effect. When they do something, when they do anything, in fact, let me grab that one instead. I might actually send one of these to Vulcan if he wants one. So Vulcan, if I got any more of these left, you're welcome to it. I've actually been meaning to get a hold of you earlier, but just in case you know, they do, and they have been blocking emails. So I'm afraid that option is out. Is out because they're not going to let that happen. But as for the Rife belt, I remember you said you wanted one. I can't really even start, doing that until I figured out how to deal with that radiation issue first, because I don't want to just have people build. I mean, you're welcome to anybody. I already, show people how to make it for themselves, but you're gonna have to wait until I figure out how to deal with that radiation issue. I did put the anti-radiational stickers on it, but those things are not, like I said before, that's not a permanent solution. That's just temporary. Okay, I think that's about long enough. I don't think they really wanted me to make this video at all. Okay, I think I want at least plenty of that out. Okay, awesome. Let's sink down. All right, grab another piece of tape. More I gotta cut this again. You may be wondering like why I'm not going to the very edge of the bottom. It's primarily because, well, this kind of is really slanted there, and I don't want this coil coming down. In fact, you can it's gonna go a little bit lower than that. Careful. Awesome. Okay, see about right. I want this to go right around. So definitely have this go out somewhere. I need a wire sticking out. Let's say about right there. I don't have to go too far to the edge, just enough for it to cover. Once again, anybody in the chat, I cannot see your comments where I'm at right now. So, yeah, just bear in mind on that. I'll check everything out once I'm done with the barrel itself, so don't worry. But to everyone who's joining, you have my hellos, you have my prayers, and you have both my love and all that, and yada, yada, yada. Okay. Let me see. Right. I don't know if you can see that, but I don't have a whole lot that I have to do in order to actually get it to level off with the other coil there. In fact, it may be a better idea to really have it on the side. I think that would be in my best interest to do. Can't head too far from that. Oh, crud. Okay. As long as I got it looped the first time, I can deal with the rest easily. I can tell these perps are not happy with me building this thing, but I do not care. Crap. You're probably gonna end up on that sticky side's gonna touch the floor if I do that. I guess I have to turn you upside down. Alright, gotcha. Let me just take this around the bottom so it won't be in the way. Thanks. Okay. Now today I had gotten my my solar panel, and so it's a pretty reasonable price. You don't have to get a very expensive one, but at the same time you want a very good one, because like if you get one of those small ones, that's going to be mainly for just phones. You need one that's at least large enough for a generator when you get a pet out or whatever. This is a lot difficult than dealing with the barrel. Well, not barrel, but bucket. Heavy bass. Well, not really heavy. This thing's quite light, but just awkward. If you see what I'm doing right now, this is no different than what you need to do for the bucket. fact, I'll even show you the one that I actually initiated a return for. But, you know, they're not having that. They're like, no, you take it anyway. I take your money. You take this. Now, this is the one that I originally ordered, and I figured it was kind of actually a rip-off. And I got that white one, that white bucket, that it was only, what, like 10 to 8 bucks. Actually, no, it was $6. $6 from the store for the exact same thing. No higher and no wider than this one. Well, I think this one might be wider than that one, but I could be wrong. But it is a pretty useful bucket, though. I mean, a pretty nice bucket. So it still has its uses since I'm going off grid. I guess I could just use that for whenever I start to make the garden or whatever when I head out. But of course, number one rule, in fact, I'll even show you all this thing. One damn good tool you want to have if you go off grid is one of these. You see that? That's got a compass right there. If you see the two end pieces there sticking out in the middle of that fork, that is actually, I think they call it, it's like a, what the hell do they call it? Like, flint, I think that's what it is. I could be wrong. But it's a thing that's basically used to, well, light fires. And you may not think that a little thing like this can do that. Oh, you'd be dead wrong. This thing is very handy. The other thing on here is basically string, parachute string, which is also handy as well. But I've got plenty of that, so I don't have to worry about that. And let me just put this thing back on. Oh well. All right. Now, since I'm building a barrel today, I should be able to build the ultimate EMF radiational shield tomorrow. I don't know if you guys can see this, but I do have the patches on my ears that I was talking about. I don't know, actually no, I did mention it in the live stream, but I don't think I uploaded a video talking about that. Anyway, what I was talking about in the live stream the other night, right? Now, I wasn't really mentioning too much. I only had that up as a backup in case they started messing with Nappy Headed Roots channel. But as people, you know, came in the chat, I naturally told them, just head over to Nappy Headed Roots live stream. This is just put up as a backup, basically, right? And I had the paramedic talking with Snake on there, but you know, something that was very educational to have that, because that gives you information on different creatures out in the wild when you head out. So if you ever decide to go hunting, it gives you a good idea on what you're dealing with out in the wild. Now there's probably, like, they're in third world countries and everything like that, so those half of any of those animals you probably won't really come across. Some you will, some you won't. This depends on what region of the earth you're in. With sector, I guess. I don't know. Something like that. And pull this thing. Okay. Oh, I cannot have this thing. Hold on. Yikes, that won't work. Also, I don't know if I mentioned this in the other video, but I looked more into that anonymous situation, and he had, I believe I mentioned this before, but I'm gonna mention it again in case anybody missed it. He mentioned something about even them going off grid as well. So it's not the same anonymous, it's a different anonymous. And this one was talking about the whole going back as far as like the issues related from 2016 to 17 to 18. And if you're not familiar with that, here's basically what happened. There's been several different issues, several different things happening between, with them going after, they were going after the Trump administration. They were going after the Hillary thing too. They had something out on Hillary as well, Hillary Clinton, as you know. And it wasn't just that. They also ended up going after PayPal. They went after them because they were denying to basically back funding for WikiLeaks, I think. They didn't like that, so they handled them as well. And it got to a point to where one of their own got captured, as you know. That person started to rat. Now, this guy was actually a founder of a certain group, and what he was doing was ratting out the members of that group. Certain other members of Anonymous had to step down out of fear of being exposed. Well, not out of fear, but just to avoid being exposed. There's no way a group of collective like that is afraid that they're going out, they're going to really, really fuck over the government. And when you do that, when you are fucking over the government, you actually gotta remain hiding. But when you start bullying the actual victims, and that's not Anonymous doing that, that's some perk posing as Anonymous. When you start doing that, you actually are you basically are just asking for them to basically come after you. And I don't mean the government, I'm talking about the actual people who are exposing the government. The place where WikiLeaks is getting their leaks from, all of that. And I wouldn't be surprised if this was not the first time something like this has happened. I would not be surprised at all. Actually, this coil is getting off track. I may have to make another thing here just to keep it all leveled off. Yikes. This is dang. Yeah, good actually. At least not as it doesn't really have to be like all perfect, but like you definitely want to keep these things leveled off. And somewhat, as long as you do that, you'll be fine. But it doesn't have to be perfect. Pay no mind to the noise tactics. Don't worry about any of that. Wow, they had to do that. Now they usually do that from time to time. Don't pay no mind to that. I just hope that the game starters. Because let me tell you something. I did. You ever notice how like you'll have a scenario where a kid is like constantly crying in a restaurant? I just hope that though that's not gang stalkers doing that as a psyop to like agitate a TI. I really hope not, because that's so unfair to the child. It's not that I would feel bad for myself. I feel bad for the kid having to go through that crap. Think about it too, like that really is fucked up. A parent having to use their own child as a psyop, and these gang stalkers have done that. They definitely have. They know they have, man. And it's just, I just don't know what is going through their heads, man. I honestly believe a lot of these individuals are definitely being controlled, considering the factual evidence as to what this new, the main perpetrators of this new world order BS is trying to pull. I don't understand why women would even think to aid into this organization, considering that so many of them have, there's been issues with like a lot of women coming up missing and their organs being harvested by these illegal human trafficking organizations and stuff. I mean, you can't deny that. That has actually been happening, and yet you see people just remaining silent about it, and very few people are speaking out, but it doesn't mean that people are everybody's silent, of course not. I think I had, in fact I know, I made a video about that, and it had a lot of that stuff, and it should be on the Guide channel if I'm not mistaken. It was this, that one of the main known women in there was Kanika Jenkins, and her mysterious murder that happened. But whenever I see a female work for this organization, I'm like, you know something, that woman is definitely being controlled in some way or another. It doesn't even have to be a black female. It could be like any colored female. If you're working for an organization that seeks to basically just have nothing but a bunch of genetically modified asexual beings all through the damn planet, I mean, come on, dude. Like, really? And not to mention, that's the same bullshit that the dudes that they're dating are pushing for too. Because they may be, I mean, I get it, you may be earning money, I mean, through bullshit means, mind you. But I mean, I don't know what else to say about that, like, because basically it's very counterproductive. Because technically, wouldn't they be considered to be susceptible to the same thing themselves of what they're basically trying to enforce on other people? And if you all saw that video about the 8,000 people captured, they'll even tell you, they are telling you that, dude, they have cross-dressers amongst Black Lives Matter thugs in literally enforcing this crap, man. It's crazy. I say it again, I say it once more. The coil does not have to be perfect. Just as long as you got it lined up a little bit close enough, it's good enough. It does not have to be perfect. But I'm gonna probably struggle with this for a bit because this isn't this is not a bucket, it's a barrel, and it's a much larger job than a barrel. And let me tell you something, on your first time dealing with this, it's gonna be a pain in the ass. I'm not even gonna joke about that. It's just gonna be a pain. Okay. Let's see here. Make sure these are leveled off. And we are really in some dark times right now. Also, if you see any trolls in the chat, all you gotta do is just hold down on their name, on their icon, then you can block them. You don't have to hear the trash talk anymore. Just for those people who don't know. As you can see, I'm a bit busy, so I won't be able to do that for you myself. But the reason why, it's a really good reason why you want to do that, because if you're a TI, that stuff that they're doing, they're aware that like you're in the chat as well. So when they do that, they're not just doing that to psyop the person running the live stream. They're doing that to psyop just about everybody in the live stream. So whatever you're reacting to, they're jotting that down just as well as whatever I react to. So the key way of surviving this is to not react. It doesn't matter what these, don't even think twice about what these perps are saying, what they're doing. Don't think about it, just go on about your day. Don't let them ruin your day. Do not let them get you like that. Don't do that. And trust me, they're gonna get desperate. And you see, that's what you want them to do. You want them to get desperate because it's when they get desperate, right? It's when they blow their cover. When they blow their cover, that gives you evidence. They've done that before, and I call it evidence. And because of me being heavily laced with this nanotech, let me run this down by you so y'all will know exactly precisely what happened until I actually can get the footage to the boot up so you can see it for yourself. I got off of work. I was well aware of the targeting at this time. The only thing that was on my mind at the time is just pay my rent off and then go home. That's it. That's it. I wasn't out there trying to fuck with nobody. I wasn't outside trying to cause no trouble. That's it. But I know what the psyop bullshit was going on, right? So I'm on my way to go take care of that. All of a sudden, I'm in the parking lot, like down the street from here, not too far, right by the large motel complex that's a little down the street. I'm in their parking lot, right? So I'm walking down, and there's this white and black vehicle there, right? Now I'm just heading straight down to the main road, and as I'm heading down there, I just so happen to notice something very strange. Turns out the white vehicle that was parked had some very peculiar signs on it. And what I mean by signs, I mean, have you ever seen somebody had a sun visor on their car? Not just on their car, but while they're in it, while it's like late in the evening to the point where the sun is literally setting and there is no sun in their face. And they don't just have that, they got they got some type of towels and stuff covering up the windows on their, the passenger windows too. Have you ever seen a stunt like that before being played in front of you? Because I haven't until then. So I see this happening, so I decided to go ahead and get the license plates down. One of the individuals actually, now the whole time before I even get the license plate, they're just sitting in the car. It wasn't until I went after the license plates that that's when they came out. Now these couldn't have been fake license plates. It had to have been the real ones. So with the, naturally as to why they got upset the way that they did. Now, in normal circumstances, after a situation like that, an actual rational person would immediately go home after something like that happened. Now, here's when remote manipulation actually started to happen. I didn't go straight home. I was too excited about the footage I caught. I walked into a blind spot where the cameras could not see, right? And by the time, for some reason, I had a very bad feeling that something was going on. So I turned around and bam, the guy was approaching behind me. I tried to dash off a little bit. The dude's main objective was just going after the phone. He didn't give a damn about me. He just wanted that damn phone. Because he did not want people to see that. They didn't want people to see that. They didn't want people to know that there were people at my job stalking me. They didn't want people to know that there were people in this apartment complex stalking me like that, man. Because that's irrefutable evidence. They can't deny that. They can't discredit you when you see actual evidence of someone stalking you. And if you know this for a fact, if anybody is going to the point where they're trying to discredit you when it's clearly obvious, that motherfucker's financially motivated to lie. So that's the basics on that one. That happened. I didn't get beat up, if people are wondering. And in this case, it was an unfair fight to begin with. I mean, there's no rules in the street fight, but I mean, come on, dude. I literally just got off of work by being beamed with these directed energy weapons. Not just that, but I'm literally tired. So I gotta literally get off of work just to get assaulted. Are you serious? So I'm basically fighting this guy off because the main thing he wants is the phone. It's the only thing he's going after. He is not kicking or punching. The only thing he reached out for was the phone. Tried to run off with it. It didn't happen. And this dude was able to overpower me. But again, I'm laced with nanotech at the time. A lot of it. And every day I was going to work, it's been the same process. over and over and over. People just doing this on camera, lacing me with smart dust left and right, constantly. The freaking supervisors are letting them do it. The freaking the people who own the establishment are letting them do it. HR knew about it. All of them assholes knew about it. Only very few people who were there didn't know about it, and the people who started to find out who were going to help me, they fired them. They got rid of them. No longer working for the company because they didn't trust those people to basically side with them, and they knew they were going to side with them. Those were good people, and they got fired because of corruptive corporate assholes. It's a sad state of affairs. But anyway, the guy never really got away with the phone. The only real damage that got done to me was from the concrete, really. But the guy himself wasn't able to really do any damage. And in the end, this is what I'm saying, these gang stalkers are weak, because this is something that's actually been happening to me for quite a while now. I'm reading through the symptoms that I've been having since I've been laced with this, and it's a lot similar to when I was a kid. A lot of the stuff is similar to back then. There were times where I actually would pass out. There were times to where I had there was a lot of times where I had that tinnitus going on too. So again, all of this stuff, it isn't just that, but a lot of the odd things that happened when I was a kid. And here's one as a prime example. And I think that they were put up to this. My mom, now my family don't know about this, but today, nobody knows about this, but today I'm gonna share this with all of you. My mom was not in the best of health at this time. And I was living in a neighborhood, and I was assuming these guys were pretty good kids. They were my friend. I assumed they were friendly or whatever after a while, but they did something that was very questionable, something that I will not forget, and it's something that I believe they were most likely put up to doing. And again, it's just me and my mother. My mother is very sick at the time, so she can't get up or do anything. And these guys who are assumed friends, right? Once more, this was not the first time this happened. This happened a second time. Different people. But what basically happened was, all of a sudden, they answered the door. One of them came to the door. The other one came through the back door, and then I was hearing noises in the kitchen. I say, hold on here for a minute. Go to the kitchen. I'm seeing this dude literally just grabbing shit out of the kitchen. And I'm like, dude, what the f-? And I know this guy. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, right? He runs out, and as soon as I turn around, the guy it was at the front door starts grabbing shit, and I'm like, are you fucking serious? They do this period of times. They run it around the house, do this several different times. They take off. I haven't spoken to him since. Now later on, my mom moves into a new house, right? A whole new house in a same close to the same area, but just in a different part of the neighborhood. And coincidentally, these kids who are giving me shit, their father just so happens to work for the local police department. Coincidentally, he just so happens to be working for the damn police department. Again, different people. But here's what happened. We move into the house. Now, the landlady warned my mother that they had been having issues with the neighbors, right? So, one day, when I never really messed around with them, I never really talked to them, I just kept ignoring them. An incident happened to where one of them tried to trade. Normally I can fight, but this dude was trying to chase me around with a steel bat. So I went somewhere to where he would have to fucked up something and literally be exposed, and his ass would have been drugged straight to the juvenile detention center if he was caught. And I was behind I was rushing out behind the patio glass, right? And it was dumb, the dude saying, "Hey, I'm gonna kick your ass," right? And I'm like, the fuck is wrong with this guy? And all of a sudden, I'm seeing him charge at me with a damn steel bat. I'm like, fuck this. I don't have a weapon. I'm not armed. And I'm out of here. So I run to the patio. I lock the door. And both him and that goon, it just so happens to be the dude who's beside him, just so happens to be the bastard family that lives right at the corner of the same family that the landlady was warning us about. So what happens after that is everything just goes downhill. These assholes, man, I'm pretty certain they probably are involved in a gang stalking program. I'm pretty damn certain they are. I wouldn't be surprised. No telling what happened to them now. But anyway, one day I decided to basically spray paint the bike that my mom bought me. It was originally, it was like a Next colored bike. It was burgundy. Very awesome looking bike, but I just got tired of the paint job. So I wanted to I saw how people were like changing the colors of the bikes and stuff. And I thought, that's pretty damn cool, right? So I can't spray paint in the house. So I decided to do it outside. Big mistake. Should have did it in a damn garage. But actually, I don't think it would have mattered because like I noticed the dude was looking, like the youngest kid was looking out through the window. I'm like, someone, right? And I noticed someone was looking at me through the window. I'm like, what the fuck, right? Coincidentally, after that, around 3 to 4 days after that happened, after I'm done spray painting the bike and everything like that, long after I'm done spray painting the bike, they send a police officer to my mother's door talking about, oh, you stole their bike. You stole their bike. So that, now again, my mom bought me their bike and we had the receipt. She struggled to find that. Dude, let me tell you how humiliating this shit was. They not only made me give away a bike of which my mother had bought for me for my damn birthday, okay? They had the nerve to have me, literally strong arm me to go drag the fucking thing to their house and literally apologize to them for not, and I didn't even steal shit. I had to hand over my own fucking bike to that shit. Now, this got into a point after that shit, I wasn't having any more of that bullshit anymore. Now, you may have noticed that I actually have been able to deal with gang stalkers quite a lot easily than most. It's because I've dealt with assholes like this since I was a kid, okay? I've dealt with bastards like that since I was a child. So I've studied them, I've learned their tactics, and I've learned how to basically manipulate the situation in my favor. And I've been using these tactics to not only to my advantage, but also to help others out as well. So if you're wondering like why I can easily handle these people the way that I do, it's because I've had experience. But dude, I'm almost worried that may have been the assholes who were responsible for my mother's targeting, but I don't know. Because what I do know is that the situation where the medication did not get mixed up until later on, sometime when we were in Wisconsin. Now, when we were in Wisconsin, that was sometime after the event we were dealing with that family. You see that? You see the patternization there? So I don't know if that family may have been involved. Let me tell you something, man. When I saw the inside of their house, it was fucked up, literally. They had junk all over the place. When I'm telling you that a lot of these gang stalkers were are junkies and shit like that, or drug addicts, and just plain out weirdos, I'm not joking. They're when they dress up, in my opinion, they look like freaking clowns. The way that they act, I mean, you're basically are just doing nothing but half these damn idiots bend their ass over backwards for mass the whole fucking time. Seeing as how they're doing this shit for just peanuts after one day. I don't give a fuck if they get paid $45 or $100 an hour. I don't care. That shit is not worth your soul. It is not. It is not worth your soul to literally just throw away your dignity like that and cause harm on others like that. Let me tell you something. They're gonna find out why a soul is so valuable. You want to know why so much of us are targeted the way it is? Because those people who target us long since lost their souls, and they know that we still have a chance at actually being saved. They know that they can't stand it, and that's why they hate us as much as they do, because they know they don't have long to live. They don't have long on this world, man. They don't. None of them do. They know this, and it's a damn shame that they would actually have the nerve to freaking expose their kids to an environment like that, knowing how fucked up it is. But it's not those kids' fault, man. They're just another victims of circumstance, being brought up by corruptive individuals who are most likely going to lead them. The only difference is that not everybody turns out like that. Not everybody accepts that conditioning. Zacchaeus is obviously an example of that because his family is part of the corruption, and they're pretty much responsible for his targeting too. So don't think that just because a person is born into a family like that they turn out the same way. That is not how that happens. This is why I'm also saying just because even if you don't have certain families members present, like if you don't have a mother, if you don't have a father present, that's not what's making people violent. That's not what's making people ill will. It's the programming that is being done to society. That's what's causing the majority of the crimes within everywhere right now. That's what's causing the majority of the problems right now. That is what we are dealing with. Unless people, are informed and basically are willing to get rid of that, I'm afraid we're gonna have it's gonna be like a whole bunch more crap going on than it is now. But something, each time we take a stand to make people aware is for the better, because that shows that we're not gonna give up. We're not gonna stand for their crap. We're gonna wake as many people as up. But something, even if there are people who are no different than us who are still asleep, and Nicholas, sir, I thank you again, because the message that he sent is that even if those who are still asleep, they will still be saved. Those who would be no different than us, that would fight for everybody else, they're still going to be saved. But that doesn't mean we should just waltz down and not do anything. No, we got to still continue to fight the good fight. We really do. Now then, all of that stuff happened all the way to where my mother's medication got mixed up. Coincidentally, here's another thing that happened when that situation happened. Now then, we're in another area when this happens. And just so happened, my sister's ex shows up at the bus stop. Her ex-boyfriend, who was the father to her 2 kids, shows up at the damn bus stop. Coincidentally, right? Coincidentally, that mofo shows up. This is the dude who had, who I didn't find out till later on, actually. Actually, no, I think I did find out before, I'm not too certain. But it turns out this bastard had the nerve to basically choke my sister at her job. Yeah, he assaulted my sister while she was at work. She was dating somebody else at the time. Orlando, sir, if you see this, you have my sincerest thanks. I hope you all do see these videos that I'm making out here, so you all be able to take care of both my sister and your family, and just stay as safe as you can. The same thing goes for all of my family out there, and even my TI family, the whistleblower family. I consider all of you guys family. Okay, all of them. Spiritually, I consider all of you both my brothers and my sisters from another mother. Okay. Oh man. But anyway, he shows up, and I'm telling my mom, don't give him any information to my sister, because he, someone right about that, and I can't recall, I believe that I had already knew that there was already some bad shit happening between both him and my sister, so the guy was kind of like a stalker, definitely a damn stalker. So after that, right? So again, that seems like that would sound to you like perp activity, right? They send someone from way back when in your past to show up coincidentally in your location. That's not by coincidence. That bastard was sent to you for a fucking psyop tactic. I don't fall for this shit. I don't respond to it, and I go on about my day. Another thing, going as far as when we started living in the house we were at, my mother had started dating this guy. I don't know, maybe she was using him. I don't know. A lot of women use guys nowadays. Not all women are like that though, but So we stayed over there for a while, and apparently his sister tries a lot of tactics to basically set me up, right? And I'm just confused. I'm like, what the fuck? Now at the same time we're staying here, this is where the location is where my mother's medication came up mixed up. Now, apparently she starts making accusations saying, oh, whenever you guys take a shower, apparently there's rainwater Like, you need to start using the shower curtain. You need to start using the shower curtain because there's rainwater coming down from the top floor to downstairs. She never showed me a video of that happening. And we always use the shower curtain every time, so we knew that, you know, clearly she was lying. She had some motivation to lie. I don't know what the motivation to lie was exactly, but it was very odd. Now, fast forwarding a bit more than that, we ended up staying with my brother for a bit, right? We meet up with my brother, and after that whole bit, and we end up in the middle of Katrina at this time. Now, before then, right, strange things were happening. Now, my brother, he was basically trying to be, you know, Mr. Handyman, you know, go ahead and install the washing machine. He tried. He tried. You see, I'm not down on anybody for trying nothing. There's gonna be trial and error when you try something. The same thing for me. I'm gonna have trial and error, you know, when it comes to building certain things. But he wanted to basically connect the washer machine up, and unfortunately the valve had loosened up, came off, water all over the floor. The neighbors were upset about it, so much so that they had someone actually stab a hole in my mother's tire. This didn't happen just once, this happened twice. So that happened. After that, we had split on our both ways. We didn't see eye to eye on that. Regardless of whatever our differences were, I still love my family. That includes my brother. Yes, I do love you. I understand we had our bad situations and during this time, but you got what's going on here. I pray that you do see this too. A lot of this information that I'm putting out, and you guys understand what's really going on. Because a lot of lies are being thrown around, a lot of manipulation is being used, and this isn't just manipulation being used as far as verbal manipulation. This is technology manipulation that's being used against humanity. After that, we eventually moved to a whole new, like far out from there. I don't know what was going on with my mom still. I don't know because I was going to school at the time, but I do know that it had to been like a lot of psyop tactics happen on me as well while I was attending high school because it was an incident that happened. I wasn't bothering nobody. I just went all the way up to the height, this area of the bleachers, just keeping to myself, and all of a sudden the guy just starts to show up there, right? And he coincidentally decides to pour shampoo on my hair. This wasn't a shampoo that he got from a dude's shampoo. This is a female's shampoo, so some female had to happen. Ladies, I cannot stand a woman who does stupid shit to basically get a guy's attention. If you're interested, then just fucking say so, okay? Don't do stunts like that because you're gonna end up pissing off the guy to where he doesn't want crap to do with you. And then, whatever chance you would have had with that person, you just fucked it up. You didn't hear the truth from somebody else, you just heard it from me, and I'm just being honest. Not saying all women are like that, but I'm just saying. I mean, there's plenty of fish out in the sea. If you get rejected, you get rejected. If you get accepted, you get accepted. That's how it is. At least that's how I do it. I could care less, but I'm not the type to really go out and do that. In fact, I really don't make it a point to do that. I mean, I'm too focused on my hobbies to really do such a thing. And what do you know? Looks like the coil turned out quite nicely. See, like that? Trial and error. I was having a little bit of a difficult time with it at the beginning, but now it's turning out all right. All right. Okay. Oh. Now, it is legal to own one of these. Just not go outside with it, okay? If you're wondering, it's good to have a pretty decent knife when you go out. I'm not talking about a foldable one, but a good size knife like this is definitely good to have because when you're going out in the wilderness, I'm afraid those pocket knives, they only last for so long until they turn dull. Definitely want to have one that's that you can basically resharpen. It's best to actually get your hands on a resharpening tool too. That also helps out. It's for self-defense, non-lethal. Ladies, you can use a taser glove. Not taser glove, but you can. It's really more effective to have a taser glove because you can just have that on you all the time. But you got your mace. You got your taser and stuff like that. And then there's also certain defensive techniques you could use as far as when you get into a grab. There's definitely always a certain part of the body you can always attack. Hence, I mean, I studied into MMA. I didn't do too much with it though. I didn't go into the advanced stuff. Just a few trial, just beginners trial exercises or whatever. Just a few of that. And then I studied some of the techniques that were being used in the MMA shows. Those people were actually using actual grappling techniques. So when you know how to basically be that destructive, again, I'm being beamed with radiation, so it's not like I can just easily do that. Not just being beamed with radiation, but mind manipulation as well. So because of that, it's very difficult to really, be 100% in a hostile environment, a hostile situation. Hence, while I'm telling everybody, get the stuff out of your system if you plan on going off the grid. Get it out your system first before you go off the grid. Seriously. Now, as far as the situation with my mother, the psyop continued after a while. She had sent me off. This wouldn't be the only time she sent me off without her. I believe it was her way of protecting me. But I believe that what was happening was that she was being constantly gang stalked, but she just did not want to ever expose me to that. She really did love me and everybody else, But when I realized that my mother was actually asking my sister and my brother for help, that's when I started to understand that it was really something going on that she just would never tell me about. Probably because she didn't want to worry me about it. But she knew that both my sister and my brother were older enough to understand. Again, here's the thing, people. Both me, my mom, and my sister, we were apart for so long till it got to the point to where our mother died and we weren't even there to help her. We weren't there to protect her, and we weren't there to be aware of what was really going on. And I believe I speak for both of them that all three of us regretted that. My brother tried to hide the fact that he was crying, but I could actually see it that he was crying when we found that my mother had passed, or that our mother had passed. And we all felt bad about that, man. All of us did. I have my suspicions that this was not normal circumstances, and I do believe my mother definitely was murdered by this organization. I fully believe that due to everything that I'm looking back on, because it just is too far related to this gang stalking program. It's too related to it, It's just too many signs, too many obvious key points. So to everybody, and especially my family who were wondering what was going on, when it was just me and my mom, that's pretty much what was happening. She was being psyoped by this organization doing this. Whatever help she was trying to get, it's not that she wasn't capable of doing stuff for herself, but when you have an organization that's trying to prevent you from doing good on your own, it's understandable you would try to seek out help, Anybody would do the same. Anybody would. And I feel bad not just for my own mother, but for all the mothers that have lost their lives, all the kids that have lost their lives, all the men that have lost their lives, all the fathers, wives, spouses, and all that stuff that have lost their lives due to this corrupt organization. That's why it's up to all of us to put a stop to it. To tell them it's enough of their satanic bullshit. We had enough. I don't give a fuck how many people you're paying off. We are going to stop. We're going to put an end to your terrorism. We're going to put an end to all of it. In fact, I probably should check on the chat. And check on the live stream to see if it's still rolling. Probably is. Let me go ahead and check that out now since I'm this far in. This thing. Oh man. It's fine. I can fix it. Okay, let's see here. Oh. This chat. Biggie. Oh wow, I'm only like about to be just an hour in. Okay. Yeah. Shoot. Oh well, people will see this regardless anyway, whether it be currently now or later. Yeah. Okay, where is, oh, go. Do you or do you not? It's like I'm almost out of cord here. Okay. There. Uh-oh. All right. Think what else? There's plenty of wire. Man. I didn't do that. I didn't. Yeah. An hour's passed and I'm only getting this portion done. Man, it's longer than I thought. Awesome. Okay. Tape. Yeah. Right. That's the first spool done. 8 more to go. X. Oh. Ah. Ah. Okay. If you're wondering, I guess I'll show you all this. Making the connection. Copper wiring now. Since I ran out of the first spool, I made the incision to snip off the copper at the edge. Now, all you gotta do is just crisscross them and make sure they're connected. The first one like so. Almost, and that one. Okay. Next thing you want to do . Yeah, this technically. Yeah, this should be just as fine. It's got the plastic on there. Okay. Make sure it's just well taped. There it is. Now make the first, or should I say this? Yeah, the first connection. Yeah, the first spool, second. To continue from where I left off. Now that I think about it, you guys might want to check out Targeted Individuals channel. He actually has a was able to get voicemail, voicemail proof of what one of his gang stalkers were doing. And let me tell you something that was very creepy, like what that guy was saying, very sinister, twisted. The way that guy was talking and his mindset was at. Definitely check that out because apparently he's been able to get something for what they've been doing, as well as good knowledge. But he needs to really check out Brian 2's channel because he's reacting way too much to the stuff that they're doing. And the thing is, when you catch them in the act of using those weapons, you should not be speaking when they do that because that's what's giving them the data. When they have all the data they need, I mean, that's it. That's just it. Game over. The whole point is to basically, break through those choice reference patterns that they're using on you. And if you're not aware, those choice reference patterns can be very strong. The more you keep reacting to them, it has a huge influence due to them trying to dig deep down into your neurons with these weapons. However, the shielding that I made, the screws with that, and, some of you may already know if you've already built it. You have something that can push that positive energy, which is they use negative energy. So if you have something that's basically pushing positive energy upward, that is gonna basically fuck with the directed energy, directed negative energy. Oh wait, that ain't right. Fix that. Okay, got it. Oh man. This is gonna take a while. But patience is a virtue. Or was it patience makes perfect? Well, no, that's practice makes perfect. brainstorm. What can I do to turn radiation into a healing factor instead of it being a damaging factor? I know that I can basically repel negative energy with positive energy. Also, people, if you wanted to know why gang stalkers gaslight you with verbal harassment, is to basically pump you with negative energy. Now, why do they do this? Quite simple, because a person who's more in a negative mood, negative energy tends to make you a lot more vulnerable, as positive energy has the exact opposite effect. Negative energy tends to have you in a more unstable states to where you're more irritable, more irritated. The more irritated you are, the more likely, you are to react to what they're doing. Hence why they always end up as special. So they know what they're doing when they do this stuff. And let me tell you something, they have gone far and beyond when it comes to these setups. I watched a video on Nappy Head Rich's channel a while back, and there was a woman on there who she was actually trying to set him up, and dude, this woman had a black eye, and the people who hired her did this shit. She walked up to him saying, "Oh, he did this to me, this, that, and the other," and she just kept approaching him. He was honestly telling her to get the hell away from him. I don't blame him for that. He had that camera on her, and like, what people need to understand, like, these people like are really that far gone. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. Like, they're like, these people are like literally. This is what I'm saying. They're obviously being controlled. No one would willingly just have that happen to them. You know? No amount of money is worth the same. This is not. It's crazy that they got some homeless for not all homeless people are like this. There's some good homeless folks out there, but it's a shame that they got there. Obviously, you know something. It's like I said, victims of circumstance. They would lie on a person's desperate situation to just do something without realizing what they're actually getting themselves into. So there's people who they actually will use to do that, but not everybody is a damn perp. So don't ever let them convince you of that. Not everybody in your surroundings are a perp. Not everybody in your town is a perp. Not everybody is involved in it. They'll want you to believe that, but no. It's like not everybody in this apartment complex is a perp. But there's there's a few. There's always the people who are involved and always be around you. The key element people of who are most likely in charge who could turn the shit around. Of course, they're gonna go after them and try to get them on board too. Why? Because they could easily override this bullshit and have them not do it anymore. Not give them the authorizations to go into. But what happens if they do that? Oh, well, they target them too as a result. So either people get bribed or paid off to allow this shit to happen, one thing or the other. It's a crazy situation, but a lot of victims of circumstance, a lot of corruptive individuals, and like a lot of people are just in the mix. The whole thing is just mixed together, and it's very difficult to basically tell them all apart. It's like mixed up in a huge blender of confusion. Controlled opposition, compartmentalization, bribery, extortion, destructive nature, destruction of property, destruction of everything. And it doesn't stop there, it just gets worse. If anybody heard from a targeted citizen, not targeted individual, but targeted citizen, please let me know, because I have not, they took his channel down, and this is exactly what I was expecting. That's why I had, a lot of the controversy, a lot of that hot topic stuff I had on this channel, not the guy channel, because I knew they were going to try to pull something like that. You see, they wanted us to basically report on stuff like that so that they have an excuse to take that down. Now all of that evidence, all that documentation, evidence that targeted citizen had on this channel, gone. Just like that. They'll come up with any excuses to do it. This is why I've been telling people to migrate your content. Migrate aggregator up. Use a screen recorder to do so, and it's a lot easier. You get your time, your dates. Any comments from the perks will be there too, so you can get that. So you get extra for little effort, basically. All you gotta do is click record. Make sure you got enough space. Click record. After that, make sure you get the time, the date, and then go down to the comments. Get whatever comments that were stated, and you're good to go. So you get the extra stuff of people reacting to it. Now, there's no offense to basically the TI so much support. It's just that it's going to show that yes, there are people doing this. There are people showing up in the comments talking a bunch of trash, and this does happen a lot. But they only do that to people who are mostly reacting to it. I mean, they do it to me too, but I just don't react to it. I just block them every time and just ignore it and move on. And you gotta treat it as such, man. You got to. You can't let them get under your skin for that, because that's the whole. That's just what they want. Okay. Just move that up a bit. Okay, so first period, making progress. People who are just now joining the chat, this is the nanotech barrel that is going to detox your entire body. If you got nano poisoning in you, it's going to pull it right the fuck out. All of it. Your torso, your arms, your pelvis region, the legs, ankles, feet, head, pull up. It's gonna pull all that junk out. And you gotta do it that way, because if you don't, and it has a spot to where it can just rest and reassimilate itself and reproduce itself, that's precisely what it's just gonna do. It's just gonna sit there and do that, and you're gonna end up in the same problem that you tried to get rid of earlier. So this is just a way of giving that nanotech poisoning the middle finger and telling it to F off, as well as those who laced you with it. Now be mindful when you free yourself from this, they will be quick to basically try to relace you with it. And I'm gonna basically tell you exactly the methods in which they use. They lace nanotech parasites on your doorknob, so be mindful of that. Always wear something on your hands. Whenever you do open your door, do not throw this thing away in your home as it's still on the object. Have something to pry open your door to keep it open so you don't have to retouch the doorknob. Wipe it off. Throw the thing in the garbage outside. Okay, do that. Then you gotta be mindful, because they will send people carrying bags. Some of you may have noticed this. Avoid them. Get the hell away from them, because those people have bags laced with nanotech that is ready to jump off its surface and onto your skin. I know this because they laced a suit that I had. I had to go switch out suits, and they laced the suit with a lot of that nano junk in it, a lot of nanotech poisoning in it, and that's what exactly what it did. It jumped from the suit onto my body, and sure enough, that's when I realized that this stuff can't exactly jump. And that basically confirmed one of the things is one of the whistleblowers was talking about how this stuff actually does develop in a stage to where it can jump from person to person. So be mindful of that. Don't ever shake a gang stalker's hand. They do that. You may, if you want confirmation of that, look back at the McDonald's incident. They kept sending these idiots who were psyoping me to try to shake my hand. I wasn't having that shit. They kept trying to do it because you see the fact that they would be so desperate for that show that there's some sinister intent behind that, and I just wasn't going for it. No. But yeah, also my warning to the game stalkers: I will be armed when I leave off grid. I'm gonna have buck shots, well, a shotgun, and I'm gonna have duck shots. You get one warning. If I catch you coming, following me down there, it's gonna be your own fault if you get an extra, if you end up getting an extra asshole. And I'm stating it as it is, so you've been warned. Okay? And let me tell you something, because we're in these dark times let me tell you something. I've watched the Twitter feed that Jason shared, dude. I am seeing a lot of horrifying things happening to the people in these cities. Ended up having to see these idiot teens just light up a firecracker and throw it at this homeless guy who's just laying down trying to sleep. Setting the man on fire. He didn't even do jack shit to nobody. It's worse. You think that's the worst? You think that's bad? You think that's the worst? No. They ended up killing who was that? A pawn shop owner. They killed that man literally over some TVs. Gunned him down in front of his shop. Problem I had a problem with them doing that, of course, but I had a problem with also the camera guy as well. I get you taking the footage, but dude, put the fucking phone down, put it in your pocket, do something. The minute when you see a person in a situation like that, you need to add pressure onto the wound to prevent them from bleeding out. That man, the dude did nothing but just toy around with his phone, and that was it. He had his gun in his hand, in his pocket, yes, but he could at least did that. At least try to siphon out the wound. People, you see, this is where awareness comes in. When you see a stunt like that, definitely be ready for it. It's to be ready for it. You gotta add pressure to the wound to prevent them from bleeding out, so that they won't, die from blood loss. Because that whole time, that's literally what was happening. You can try to tell them to hold on as much as you want, but I'm afraid. And you see, this is why they wanted people addicted to phones in the first place. Because they wouldn't know how to act, how to react to that kind of situation. They wouldn't know. You got to learn how to, put that technology down and really learn how to use your hands and, act out in a situation like that. But I know it's a lot to ask for people who have been conditioned so much. I know, I get it. But you got to learn how to react. You got to learn how to react the instant something happens to them. But I don't condone violence. I'd rather not stoop to violence. But in this case, we're in a scenario where these, and again, I do recommend people, if you're going off grid, you need to be armed. You have to be, because it's nothing going to stop them from coming after you with with guns to take you to these damn FEMA camps. You gotta be armed. Again, I'm not an advocate of violence, so I did give out a warning. You get one warning. I don't give a fuck how much they're paying you. I don't give a fuck even if you're in a mental condition. If I catch you trying to lace me with that stuff when I'm off grid, you're gonna get a one warning shot. Okay? One warning shot. And this is basically how the legal patternization when it comes to a shotgun. It's supposed to be duck shot, buck shot, because the first shot doesn't harm. It only grazes you. So it's a warning. But you keep coming at the person, the next motherfucker's gonna be a buck shot. After that, duck shot. After that, buck shot. After that shit, it's nothing but buck from there on. Because now you're obviously a threat looking to basically come after literally my life, all right? And that doesn't go just for me, that goes for many other people too. Anybody who has seen the sheer evilness of this organization knows exactly how these people roll, and that's just the bottom line to it. You cannot be subtle with them. They hide behind the law, they hide behind a badge that is being used for corruptive purposes, and that's precisely what's going on. So again, they've been warned. I would highly advise them to basically not really put their life in danger for that, but anybody in a situation of basically protecting their life would have to do that. They have to. It's only in self-defense. It's not like you're intentionally going out harming people. That's not the intent. It's only for self-defense. That's why I'm giving out the warning now, because little do you know, these idiots who hire these gang stalkers will tell them, nah, he or she ain't gonna do shit. They're not gonna do shit. They'll butter them up, giving them that idea that nothing's gonna happen. Then when they fuck with the wrong person, what do you got then? It's stupid shit, man. People just get in their head, no, a person's not gonna do nothing. You keep thinking that if you keep pushing a person's buttons that they're not gonna do something, you're gonna be surprised, and you're not gonna be happy with the end results. I'm just saying the truth for how it is. It's not a threat. It's just that's just how it is. Anybody would tell you the exact same thing. Honestly, I recommend every TI, don't even try to arm yourself until you get this nanotech stuff out of your system first, okay? I showed those videos of people who were armed, who were being manipulated by this tech before. That's why it's important to get this stuff out of your system first. You can arm yourself, but you need to really start detoxing your body and really start working to deprogram this nanotech. What my family's gonna end up doing in this situation, but hopefully they're making plans to get off the grid as well, because I'm telling you, it's not gonna be safe staying in these cities at all. Like it just really isn't. What they got planned, if you're not aware, lately they've been turning not just Target stores, but also Walmarts, as well as you already know, into FEMA camps. This is something that's been happening over the last couple of years, apparently, and a lot of people would tell you this, and this is partially why I uploaded one of those videos. If y'all hadn't seen it, there's 2 recent videos which I uploaded. YouTube's shadow banning this stuff, so you probably didn't get the notification, but they're up there. Check them out when you have time. Now, this guy, basically, I actually gotta give a big thanks to Uniquely Made Warrior. Definitely check out her channel. She has a video that got uploaded that I checked out the other day, and apparently you see nothing but like army troops around parking lots of Walmarts and possibly parking lots of Targets. A lot of suspicious activity going around places like that. Literally huge framed cages being put around the garden centers of these establishments. A lot of these things are just leaving, and we already heard the fact that, like, you know, there were underground tunnels being made, and the dude actually showed an actual tunnel leading into Walmart. He didn't go in it because, like, he even kept saying that, like, if he got caught by the security, they were gonna, you know, come after him. He didn't want to get. He said it several times too, so you know it was dangerous for him to go over there. Another person ended up saying that the security guard told him that, like, if he had crossed a certain line to where that abandoned Walmart was, the state police was gonna come after him and arrest him. Trespass. They had a camera at a fence to where they were gonna build a looks like it was shown where it was gonna be like a doorway built at, and they had a camera literally facing out there, a brand new looking camera, by the way. Wow. And a lot of people have been saying, like, there has been a lot of army trucks or like semi trucks showing up at these abandoned stores. A lot of them. What could they be using these for? And then you look at what's going on now. right, looks like we got to the next coil. Or should I say the next spool. Now I just gotta take this one off. And wow, 2 spools did that much. That is awesome. Still got about a good like seven spools left. I hope I did bring enough or buy enough. It would suck if it isn't. I'm hoping to be finished with this thing today and just work on the next project actually. Oh yeah. Okay. Alright, I guess before I start the next spool, let me check on the chat, see what I missed. Even if there isn't anybody in the chat, people will see this anyway. Check it out. Oh, wow. Now we're in 36 minutes and that barrel is looking good. Nice. Now time is 1:43. All right. Yeah. Uh-oh. There you go. Take that down. Ow, damn it. That hurt. At least it didn't break skin though. that looks like it's gonna come loose if I don't. Something about that. Huh. Yep. This is my first amendment red to their arms. Man, if I could take it out. I shall use my rights. I shall use my rights to the utmost care. Even after the coil is done, everybody, I still need to cut the top. And I need to circular saw or something for that. But after that's done, that'll be it. There won't be nothing much really to deal with this afterwards. I guess I probably could put more. Well, I guess I probably could go all the way towards the edge here. That would help out. I guess I could. I'll probably just add some more wiring, but the main thing that needs to be done is the midsection and the top. Once that's done, then I can worry about adding a little bit more wire if need be. Dang, starting to stink like wool. All earth threats do not scare me, because they like to dress like pansies. Man, this is coming out beautifully. Can't wait till it's done. It'll take damn near 3 hours to complete a dang barrel. Probably gonna take I'm at 3.5, maybe 4 by the time this thing is done. Oh. Tech, and there ain't a damn thing they can do about it. I can only imagine that their handlers are probably super pissed off right now, just because of me making this thing. It's because such a thing is even possible to make actually consider what this can do. But I know better not to heed, though, considering how desperate they are at controlling people. I'm well aware of how desperate they would be to get people back under their control, or in any sense of the way, or at least some sort of desperate attempt. And of course, they would plot something for the person who they came out with. So I'm well aware of both sides of the situation on that one. And what do I have to say to that? Send the baddest motherfucking mofo you can find. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I'm a lot faster, and I'm a hell of a lot stronger than I look. The only problem is that I'm just laced with this nanotech that's been basically causing me to feel fatigue. That's the only problem. But once that's gone, oh no, it's a different story then. Much different story then. And they know this. Also, I want to point out, and this is my statement, not just for myself, but for any targeted individual. You see a person, any TI who dies from a heart attack, A TI who dies from a heart attack, that is not a normal death, that is murder. Just wanted to basically point that out. The same thing happens as a chaos as well as many others. And it's one of the calling cards of which they use for many different TIs whenever they do stuff like that. But in the end, you know, it's not so much as like when you die or when it happens or whatever. I don't give a damn about death, dude. I don't. You know, when it's your time to go, it's your time to go. That's it. But as long as your heart is right with the Most High God, you're good to go. As long as you do right, you're good. It's not going to be easy considering your mind's being manipulated from time to time. I get that. But as long as you're willing to fight against that, that's all that matters. Oh wow, halfway down the barrel already. I think I might have to flip this thing around. It's wow, I might actually have a lot more copper left over than I thought. And if I do, then that's a good thing, because I can definitely put some uses to that. Okay. Okay, time to flip you around. No. Damn. I should have known that was gonna happen. Damn. It's a loop. Great. Oh well, it can be fixed. Okay. Fix that. You need to turn it around. Okay. That is too much wiring. Wow. I'm really surprised. I guess I probably should have thought I'd be able to go a little bit longer without putting the tape stopper down. But I guess I was wrong. Dang. The only thing I can think of is this. Undo it and retie it to where I had taped it off last. That's going to be a lot, but I don't mind it. Trial and error, trial and error. Easy way to do that. Right there. There you are. Whew. An impatient person will be massively pissed off, but this is not really that much to really get worked up over to me. It's gonna be done regardless. Fellow TIs, you soon realize that patience is actually your biggest quantity when it comes to this, because the gang stalkers, they don't have patience. Nope. They want to be able to do their dirt right then and there, just be done with it afterwards. Okay, I'm gonna do a roll technique for this instead. Do it the other way. Oh man. Tangled here. It's so good. Okay, since I'm tangled, I got untangled, but I am not losing my place on this. Just, oh great, that's not good. Oh, wrong direction. This whole thing's tangled. Oh, I see. I'll put you over here. And then this is. Awesome. That was fun. Oh. See that very well. Oh well. Man. Not again. But it looks like it got tangled again. All right. A lot of people need to understand one simple thing. Perps cannot psyop two target individuals at the same time because their operations are a lot more easier to detect and a lot more easier to film and pick up at that time. When you got two TIs or more to survey that. So two TIs are a great threat to their whole operation. As well as one TI is just as much as a great threat. As you know, just as long as that TI has the the necessary information to protect his or herself, basically. And this thing is tangled. Okay. Fix this. Oh, hang on. If you were wondering about the whole cart thing earlier, two things. Today, they are checking or changing out the filtration systems of the AC units, so that's one thing. However, that cart pushing, the perps tend to do that a lot. And yeah, they definitely tend to do that quite a lot. So don't think this is a situation of circumstances, it's just a different scenario going on right now. These things get awfully close to the phone there. Yikes. This is a mess. Alright, just unleash, well not unleash, but unloosened. Man. Excuse me. Now that I could show you all this, but I don't have my Geiger counter on me at the moment. They had put surveillance equipment like in the mirrors there. Now, the first one was in the other room. The second one didn't show up until I started ignoring calls from certain family members, the same ones who basically were working for this organization and was doing this stuff that they don't really do. And turns out, they noticed I was ignoring that. They had came up with an excuse to have a fascist, fake, missing, to file a fake missing persons report. So basically come in here. Now what happened during that time, I was at work. Nobody showed up at my job looking for me. Nobody did. And if anybody did show up there, they probably most likely lied saying, oh no, he's not here. But my check stub would say otherwise. How can you say I wasn't there when this clearly shows the check stub shows that I was, clearly present? Not to mention the clock in and clock out times too. Now there's that, along with the fact that when I had checked the perimeter, because she basically told me what they did when as soon as I got off work scene, I was like, I'm more worried about you and all this types of stuff, right? And I'm going like, wait a minute, so you mean to tell me that they were in my apartment? So I'm like, well, yeah, okay, so now I know what they did. They used you to basically install surveillance equipment. And I know for a fact because I checked it and then I was able to verify it. So this isn't the only time something like this has happened. Just like I said, they had the exterminator come in here before and he had sprayed nano poisoning all over the floor while I was at work. And apparently the people responsible were already well aware of this, what they were doing. And yeah, it was just a plot, even literally just to get me to lose my job. And I'm like, you know something, I'm just grateful that I realized that, you know something, I'm starting to see how people are right now. People are so literally fiendish on these jobs. It's like they just are that addicted to that way of life. They don't see that you don't need a fucking job to build a house. You don't need money to build a house. You can literally just get whatever tools you can, go out there and build your own damn place. Same damn thing with the garden. You can do the same thing with the garden. You can do all that. But you see, they're just so fixated on the point to where they just got to depend on all of this stuff all the time. And they don't understand that that's actually a means for control. They don't understand that. And I always tell people, man, like if you need actual evidence, just check out my YouTube channel, Mischievous Space M. Check that out. You'll see all the proof that you need, all of it. But you see, when it comes to that, they never tell you all the full story. They just want to butter you up and get you fixated on, oh, this person's just full of shit, this person's just bad, and it's all fixated on that. They never tell you the full story. They never tell you what this organization they're working for, what they're really doing, and they will never tell you all that information because if you did know, you wouldn't work with them. You wouldn't do it. But you see, all of this stuff that they use is for a means of control. People are so desperate to basically keep their jobs, they're allowing this corruption to do what it does. Look, man, let me tell you something. Everybody got until October to get the hell off the grid. Otherwise, shit's gonna hit the fan and you're gonna be locked in your home. That's just my basic warning to the world because that's exactly what's gonna happen. You need proof of what these people are doing. It's on the channel. On both channels, you can just look it up for yourself. It's all there. All the documentations, all the whistleblowers, everybody who gave out their statements. I even have shown factual evidence of this. All of it. Every single bit of it. And even still, what happens? People are still financially motivated to discredit the truth. While people are still being poisoned. Dude, damn near the entire food supply in the U.S. system is laced with nano poison. All of it. Do they tell you that? No. Do they want people knowing about it? Of course not, because there's just too much money and people being paid off. And they don't tell you, and it's crazy because the same people are being paid are the same people being poisoned by the same shit. And it's just dumb. It really is. It's crazy. But you see, that's just what they do. That's just exactly what they do. They try to discredit the truth. They try to hide it because they're ashamed of the truth of what they've done. They don't want the people to know of what's really going on in the world, man. But that's my warning to the world, though. You got until October to get off the grid. If you don't get off the grid by then, I don't know what else to tell you. You can keep, and this is to the people working for it too. You can keep taking their word, like for the people who are blind, you can keep taking their word for it, but I'm guaranteeing you it's not going to be pretty. You're not going to like what you're going to be exposed to. You're not going to like it one bit at all. So if you care for both yourself and your family, you may want to start prepping to get off the grid. Definitely want to start doing that. And coincidentally, you already heard earlier, of course that's what happens. I mean, I don't know how much more validation I can get here. That's exactly what they do. They go out to people saying, no, you see what I'm talking about? No, your ass need to see exactly what's on my channel, what they're not telling you, so that you'll be informed to protect both yourself and your families. But you can, I mean, they can keep buying into this dumb shit, thinking they're not going to be susceptible to the exact bullshit they're promoting on the other people. And it's fucked up because technically What's stopping them from basically pushing the same shit that they're being paid off, to upheld upon their own kids and their grandkids? That's something to really think about now. So when they push for that stuff, they're pushing it for their future children to be susceptible to that. They know this, but they still accept the money. It's a crazy, crazy corruptive environment the system has turned out to be. People know the truth, but they want to remain silent. They want to ignore it, just not even think about it, not even mention it. But what about the people who are basically suffering? What about them? And I don't see how a person can just, at the end of the day, really be. I mean, how can you even sleep at night knowing that you basically are working for an organization that does shit like this? Honestly, there has to be some doubt there, dude. There has to be some doubt there of what they're doing. As part as all of this crap, there's doubt there. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to reconvince people to do this kind of shit. They wouldn't have to do that. They wouldn't have to do it. And the fact that they have to reconvince you, that ain't reconvincing you, that's conditioning you to remain on the system. That is a conditioning technique, a psyop technique that is also used as, for peer pressure. Peer pressure is a psyop tactic that is used to basically corrupt you, to get you to abandon your true self, accept whatever self that they feel like is okay. But you gotta understand that that's betraying yourself when you do that. And I don't understand how a person can even be cool with betraying themselves like that. If people can't accept you for who you are and they feel the need to change you, let me tell you something, they don't change people for the better with this bullshit that they got out there. They don't. They really don't. In no way, shape, or form they change people for the better. I'm gonna tell you one thing though. There people who worked for this are definitely gonna regret their decision, either in this time or the next or the after time. One or the other is gonna happen. Now, I don't respond to the perps because they are being mentioned, they are under the effects of conditioning. I honestly believe they are. I've seen so many different people come out and mention that, how they are being under, the effects of conditioning. You can't really trust the word of someone who was under mental conditioning, because despite the fact, if whatever's happening, they're not going to be legit with you. They're not. They're not going to be 100% at all. They're going to be financially motivated. They're going to be corruptively conditioned to follow through with this corruptive bullshit despite anything that gets shown or said. And when things start to basically show out, they're just going to be, corruptively motivated and conditionally motivated and financially motivated to basically prevent the truth from getting out. That's just how that works. Now, a lot of people not getting that the truth does bother them. It does. Otherwise, why would they? Otherwise they wouldn't be fucking with people like they do now. It does bother them. It does piss them off, and it does make them mad. And it makes them a bit ashamed too, because they know that they are aiding into this shit, and they see the destructive nature as to what happens afterwards. So when it's just like Martin Luther King said, what injustice for one person is injustice for all. So when you do an injustice act upon somebody, does it mean that they really do people can you say that people really care about their families if they're working for a corrupt organization and they are just convinced that just by them working for this organization? Look, man, let me tell you something. Zacchaeus' family, I said it before, I'll say it again, Zacchaeus' family were literally people who were in power into that corruptive organization. And he got targeted because he didn't want to have nothing to do with their shit. Since he knew too much, they went after him, naturally. So it doesn't matter whether you're a gang stalker, a perp, a handler. There's no guarantee that your kids are not gonna be targeted by this bullshit. It doesn't mean that at all. And these people who work for this organization, they should very well know that. You're enabling and aiding into an organization that may very well target your own children. People need to be aware of that because that has happened in the past. And it is happening now, and it's continuing to happen unless people are willing to put a stop to it. I always tell them, the proof is on the channel if you want to see it. It's all there. I mean, it's just a click away. Mischievous Space M. MM's TI Strategy Guide. It's all there. All the proof is there. And they are highly shadow banning the channel because they don't want people to what? They don't want them to see the truth, basically. They don't want them to see it. Now, I have to actually talk to the fact that, well, this live stream is mainly for this, not for that. All right. So I just want to make that very clear. Anything else is just a matter of circumstances. Didn't tell nobody to speak. Spoke on their own terms. That's on them. You know. Plus, I'm in the vicinity of my apartment, so yeah. Okay. Here. But you see, that's the level of conditioning that I'm talking about. They'll tell them any bit of information to get them on board with their bullshit. But these people won't realize how, the danger of this. Look, dude, I'm showing people how to detox this shit out of their system so that they will not be enslaved by this bullshit. And you see how desperately they're coming after me. A lot of you have seen that shit. A lot of you. Showing methods of people how they can just break free from this, take their free will back so they don't end up being enslaved to this bullshitting ass beast system. And I'm not afraid to say it. A person can either open their damn eyes to see the truth, or they can end up staying asleep and eventually being victimized by the system. I mean, that's literally the only two options. It's literally being the system's bitch or actually rising up saying, no, I'm not finna stand for this shit. I'm not finna support this shit. I'm not down with it. I'm not cool with it. And I'm not certainly as hell not finna work for it. Period. I don't care what you threaten me with. I don't care what you got to say. And that's just the bottom line to it. The fact that I'm just one man and I got the nerve to even say this, even in front of the perps. It shows that I literally got some damn bravery in my damn heart to be able to say that. Now, people who just tucker down and work for this damn corrupt organization, they're cowards. They're scared. And you see, that's just it. There's nothing to be frightened of, man. Fear is the very thing that they use to control you. That's what it is. There are people going through this all the time, going through a lot of these tactics and shit, and they are bravest, they are the strongest damn people I have ever met. Every single one of them. Because they go through that and still don't subside with their bullshit. You know? They don't subside with it. They don't give in. They keep fighting and keep moving on. Not just for themselves, but for many other people who are fighting. Now again, I want people to understand that a lot of this 5G thing that's going on does have to do with oxygenation. Today they're here changing out the filtration systems. They had a checker come in not too long ago to basically see, get numbers down for certain filtration systems. Now what they were getting at is that they wanted to separate the whole air purification systems and stuff like that. So you all need to, I'm just letting you all know what's basically happening as of now, right? So you got your references on the situation. Again, if you're not aware, it's not really to put nobody on the spot. I'm just basically, I gotta speak out because a lot of these companies who are basically installing this stuff are compartmentalized. Why? Because they have no idea regarding the seriousness of what they are doing. They think it's just an everyday thing. No. Information on my channel will tell you that even these air conditioning units are putting nanotech fibers in your oxygen. There's evidence of that. There's literally photographs of this shit happening. Now, I can show as much proof, but anybody who like is just completely, sullified on that shit is just a person who's being paid off. So that's one way to keep in mind for it. Understand that a person who is that complicit with a corrupt organization is a part of the problem, not the solution. Hence, it seems that staying on the grid seems to only do nothing but add to the problems, and now it's gotten to a position to where things are gotten so bad. And as a result, there's going to be a huge collapse in the job department. So anybody who even has a job, even if it's a necessity job, dude, the financial market is going to collapse. They're trying to basically get rid of cash and have nothing but digitalized funds. What's going to happen with that is I keep telling people, these people who run this shit play favorites. All you got to do is say the wrong thing and piss them off once, and bam, you're cut off. You're cut off. And I can't understand why people just don't understand. You can be working for them, but you piss them off once, they're cutting you the fuck off, and that's it. They don't have to put you back up or nothing like that. No one will have to fucking help you after that. But people still support a system that wants that. Why? Because they're so addicted to the money they're receiving that they don't even realize they're basically feeding the fire that it is going to be their inevitable doom. I mean, I can talk up a storm, but hey, the evidence speaks for itself. People who've spoken out about this speaks for itself. Anybody who says otherwise is just financially motivated, and that's just all there is to it. If a person's not willing to even look at the evidence and are just accepting someone else's opinion at face value, just from what they're being told, I don't know what else to say about the situation, because that's obviously a psyop tactic. That's obvious to anybody that's a psyop tactic, and at that point, it would just be a waste of my time, as well as everybody else's, basically, because they're enabling the lie out there, man. They're enabling the lie, the cover-ups, the deceitfulness that exists out there. They're enabling all of that. I must admit, this is actually coming together a lot easier than I anticipated. Okay. Now, again, y'all notice how the dude came out there going like, you see what I'm talking about? You notice that? If they were not confident in the people who they hired, and they're not confident in the people they hired, that actually shows a method of distrust. It may be a psyop, but the fact that they would need to do that, that's a level of distrust, so they don't even trust the people who they hire. I keep telling them, they don't fucking trust you, and when they get what they want, they're done with you. You're going to be disposed of and literally cast into the same shit that you basically helped plot it for everybody else. So, I mean, people can walk around thinking that it's no big deal, nothing's happening. But, I mean, look, stop. The only thing I can tell you is just at least get off your ass to see what's really going on. Seriously, at least look at the damn evidence, At least look at it. I mean, sheesh. It's like, it's always in this book to this label a person off of schizophrenic, and everybody don't you realize that's another psyop tactic that they use? They do that to discredit the individual from speaking the truth, because they don't want people to stop this shit. They don't want you to know that all you gotta do is stop spraying my damn skies. They don't want you to know any of this shit. They don't want you to know the stuff that they put in your clothes. They don't want to know the stuff that they put in, that they're putting in your food. They don't want you to know. And literally people realize a lot of the water filtration systems are actually backtracking a lot of this water to get used. So the water that you're shitting and pissing in is the same water you're basically drinking, the same water you're basically taking your showers in. And they don't want you to know stuff like that because you would be disgusted. They don't want you to know. And I can go on and on about half the shit they don't want people to know. I could. I really could. There's a whole lot more out there than I tell people. And it's fucked up. It really is. The water from the tap systems isn't clean at all. And it's nothing but just water that has been pissed, shitted in, used, in all kinds of ways. And there's nothing but going through a factory filtration system that just bleaches the crap out of it and sends it back to the people in the neighborhoods. That shit is unhealthy for anybody. But don't ever waste, something. Don't ever bow down to anybody who's financially motivated. Don't ever be silent for these assholes. Don't. It doesn't matter because the one thing they fear the most is the truth. That's why they use their techniques. That's why they do their tactics. That's why they're intimidated to do their tactics, because they're afraid of the truth. That's why most people are targeted in the first place. Okay. It's just a shame, man. People are just too addicted to an easygoing life, but they don't realize that they're only being used in the process just for some other people just to gain power. And here's the catch-22 for this. What do you think is going to happen when they actually come to terms that, well, oh wow, we fucked up. We done aided into this shit, and now we can't, all these, you see, it's false promises for divide and conquer. They only want what they don't have. And once they have what they couldn't have at first, what use is there for the people who they hired? We've all seen how advanced this technology is. You see them trying to push more and more for this technology. I say it again. Why the fuck would they need these people to do what the fuck they're doing if they have all of what they need? Why? Can any idiot working for them ever even explain that to me? That how you can be that convinced that they're just gonna keep paying you to do this shit and not cut you off? It's because, again, the behaviorism shows that they play favorites. They play favorites, and this is happening amongst their groups. You see, they need people amongst the masses to basically continue this shit to happen. But I mean, if the shit does subsides to their point, then I'm afraid that's it. Like they're not gonna have any need for people like that. Why would they have to pay anybody off if they can just control their minds, dude? And if you don't believe that, again, just take a look at the evidence. Get off your ass. Take a look at it. It's there. All the proof, all the evidence you need to see, all the images, all the articles, all the listings, all the whistleblower, statements, all of this shit that they're basically keeping from people is all there. All of it is there. But they don't tell them to ever look into this shit. The same as they tell them never to have a decent conversation with a TI. Why? Because the only conversations they will ever have with a target individual is a scripted conversation. Never a genuine conversation. So the PSYOP shit is being run on them as well. It is being run on them as well, even as I speak. And then when you start watching Brian Tube's channel, they say this stuff. He says this stuff runs across, basically compliance and cross-reference patterns. I'd say these gang stalkers are well fucking compliant. So, judging by half the shit that they're doing, it's pretty obvious that this is not someone's actual will, pulling the strings on this shit. And I wouldn't be surprised if they are not a slave to their own greed. So, I mean, I guess to them the money is good. If you're okay with being a slave, if you're okay with being pimped out, being somebody's bitch, I could go into, I'm not even being funny, I'm just being serious. Because that's literally what that is. That's playing kiss ass to the enemy who basically seeks to enslave you. They're using your weak points to basically manipulate you. But I just don't know. I'm not playing kiss ass. And I know it bothers them, because why would they, why else would they react? If I'm getting a reaction, clearly it's bothering them. But you see, the whole thing is a psyop. They don't act like it. They're basically trained to not act like it gets to them, but it does. You see, it pisses them off. See, it really does. It pisses them the fuck off, man. I know, because I triggered one of the bastards before. You can sit there and sigh out that shit all you want, but I know you are really pissed off. And I'm loving every fucking minute of it. But I mean, yeah, man, I'm not even trying to be funny, but like, I'm not finna be nobody's bitch. God said, don't fear no man. Don't fear no man. You can brandish a gun on my face, you can threaten me all you fucking like, but I will not fear you. Period. That's just not gonna happen. You can talk as much trash as you want, but it won't faze me. Because I'm not lowering myself to that. I'm not doing that. Someone who lowers themselves to such a standard is a low vibrational being. A person who is far below understanding of both themselves and those around them. The only thing that they understand is self-preservation, even if it means through selfishness. They have no empathy at all, none. They don't care who they gotta basically cause to hurt. They don't care who they gotta set up. They don't care what they gotta do. They do not care, period. No empathy whatsoever, none. And it's pointless to really, this is why you don't ever lower themselves to their level, because their behavior tends to be very narcissistic. It's narcissistic because they try to get you in a position to where, like, well, you appear to be either the aggressor, the agitator, or something like that, and they get off from that. They love that. Why? Because it puts them in a state where they feel like they can feel like the victim, but in reality, the shit was orchestrated by them from the beginning. And honestly, they're just a bunch of people who are in denial about what they're really doing. I mean, they can be in denial all they want. You can sugarcoat the shit all you want, but the truth is the truth. They don't like it, and that's all there is to it. I mean, that's just how it is. That's precisely how it is. They cannot stand the truth. It pisses them off. If it didn't piss them off, why would they be going? They wouldn't go as far as they're doing now to do the shit that they do. So of course it pisses them off. And I know that, and that's why I'm going to keep continuing to piss them off. I'm going to continue to make them mad. I'm going to continue to help people out that they don't want help. I'm going to continue doing good. Whether they like it or not, I do not care. I don't care. And I'm not lowering myself to a low vibrational level for their own amusement. Why? Because they want you in that state. That's just the bottom line. They want you to curse at them. They want you to talk trash at them. They don't want you to be happy. They don't want you to be comfortable. They want you to be in fear. They want you to be afraid, and they want you to hate. I'm not inviting hate in my life. I'm not inviting it. I mean, I'll have my fun, but I'm not inviting hate in my life, period. The devil can take his deceitful stuff and shove it where the sun doesn't shine, because it's not happening with me. People may have sold their soul for money, but I'm not selling mine. Looks like that didn't take very long. It looks like I was able to successfully. Oh no, you don't. You did it before, but you should not do it again. No. I was prepared for it this time. Alright. Looks like I'm going to need a better piece of tape here. You know something though, when they do act like that, I just wonder, like, dude, seriously, who hurt you, man? Like, for someone to really be like that, and I'm gonna tell you something about a narcissist. The one thing that they hate the most in anything in this world is to not only be proven wrong in their face, but to also have it said in their face directly. in a way that where they cannot weasel out of it. Trust me, that is the one thing that pisses them off the most. That is the one thing that pisses them off the most. Because let me tell you something, man. They talk trash. These types of beings are so unstable. They talk trash. Again, even the people who they are cool, act like they're cool with, they talk trash behind their back. They talk trash about the people they're acquainted with, the people they work with, their family, their friends, acquaintances, you name it. They talk trash about everybody. They do. And they have no shame in doing it. Like none. They really don't. And they do this as if like it's, you know, it's really crazy because like they'll act all friendly in your face, but then it's a different scenario when they're behind your back. Like the whole language changes. All of a sudden you're talking all kinds of crap, all kinds of stuff. And I've noticed a pattern like they hang around people who do the exact same shit to them. So I'm like, if you think I'm like, am I supposed to be bothered from a person like that? No, because like, I mean, why should I? That's a person who is clearly just, I mean, at this point, come on, that's a person that basically is taking their shit on multiple people and not actually, you know, dealing with the problems that they have for them, you know, that they create for themselves based off their actions. And that's just the bottom line to it, man. That's just the bottom line to it. That's all there is to it, whether they want to hear it or not. And you see, a narcissist can't stand you when you tell them the truth because it's something that they have to deal with for the rest of the day because they go so hard. They try so much to ignore that, to not abide by that, which is why they really hate truth seekers. They hate people who speak the truth. They can't stand any of that because it's a reminder of every fucked up thing that they have done in their lives. Everything. It just comes right back. All the stuff that they've said, all the stuff that they have done, all of it. All of that is just a constant reminder of that. Now, there probably are people listening in, but little do they know I got a live stream going right now. So that's pretty much what this is, in case they were wondering. And of course, the people who probably just fed them whatever information didn't tell them about, maybe not just told them about that. But, you know, it goes back to what I was talking about before, how they'll just tell people just about any little thing or whatever. They'll tell them any little bit of information to basically, you know, turn one against another. But the whole point about it is to basically get you in a point of slavery, a point of miserability. And by the time you come to the realization of it, you begin to realize that it wasn't what you were made to expect and that you weren't going to get what you were expecting. That's the problem with people nowadays. There's too much selfishness in the world. There's too many people out there thinking of them, you know, thinking of not for themselves, but, you know, just in a more of a selfish perspective, and it's doing more bad than good. It's because of that we got as much problems around in this world as we do now. Now again, whenever something happens, whatever something is done, it is not to place judgment on people who are not involved, but the people who are involved will try to maneuver the conversation to basically intimidate people who are not involved to get the idea, oh, well, like this guy's talking about us too. No. Only people who participate are the ones in question, not anybody else who's not involved. So don't let them fool you about that. And of course, I'm not just speaking about any just situation. I'm speaking about all situations, all of them. So they'll play a trick like that And they'll do shit like that because they're very manipulative. But once again, the information is all on the channel for people to see. You need your proof, you need your evidence, it's right there. It's just a click away. Just that easy. Now, this is the problem with compartmentalization. And it's when corruptive acts are being done, people who were not once involved have to also deal with the bullshit of the people who were involved. And that's where the confusion comes in, because you know the people who are mainly responsible are going to deny the actual perpetrations that were done. This is something that's happened a lot. It's not very, it's not an uncommon thing at all. It's very common, and it happens a lot often with people that people actually know, or think in this case. Now, this organization feels very threatened by my recent actions due to me basically exposing a lot of their secrets and a lot of ways for people to free themselves from the tech that has been laced into both their foods, their ecosystems, their environments, their clothes, and their products. Now, I've already showcased a lot of these things, and a lot of people don't realize that just coincidentally, the same thing of which people were talking about as far as Morgellons is an ingredient in that that's actually similar to the same thing that's in GMO crops. The same thing of which they are, and this is true, by the way, because you see it all the time. Are they not trying to basically push people to cockroach milk? Are they not trying to push people to bio milk? Are they not shutting down the food processing plants of where all these meat processing plants are? Is the literally the community not on the food reserves as I'm speaking right now? Is that really not happening? Because it is. And people don't understand that this is where the panic is going to ensue. The fact that the economy's been screwed over, the fact that the food supply is being tampered with, this is what's going to trigger the biggest problem that we are going to face within this nation. Which is why you may want to collect some seeds, you may want to collect some equipment, you may want to prep up while you can, and be ready to get off the grid. Because I'm telling you, they're gonna start charging people an arm and a leg. And with this whole I'm not gonna say the C word, but the it's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's bullshit, and they know it's bullshit. Tell me, why did someone basically find a tower? The same tower with the new tech that they're installing. I'm not going to say the 5 or what it is, but why in the hell would any manufacturer, right, have the words COVID-19 on their tech? Why would that be there? The video footage is there for people to see too, which is also on the channel. Oh, but they don't want you to know that, do they? They don't want you to know any of that. They don't want you to know that there are 80,000 people who are trapped amongst both Antifa and the Black Lives Matter fascist movement, which they claim that they're against fascism, but they're actually are promoters of fascism. Dude, they have been collecting and extorting money from many different citizens who they have trapped in that neighborhood, and literally husbands, wives, and kids are exposed to that shit on the daily. So the organization that is doing this shit is the same one that many different people are working for right now. So when you accept that dirty money, understand you're accepting money with a lot of blood and a lot of corruption behind it. That's to the people who don't know. So now that you do know the shit that they wouldn't tell you, you have a choice. You can either continue to work for them, or you can actually get off your ass and really put a stop to this before you really be responsible for condemning a very fucked up future for the next generation. And let me tell you something, I don't think anybody can forgive themselves for something if they knew that they were basically innately into something like that. I don't believe any fucking thing anybody has to say to me that they would be able to, walk away from that shit with a straight face. No. The guilt will haunt you for the rest of your life until the end of your days, and even in the afterlife. But even now, people are just so full of selfishness that they don't really want to take the time to look into these things. Like I stated before, the main playing card is divide and conquer. They'll tell you any little bit of information to get you on their team. That's what they want. But what you don't realize is that they want to use you as a meat shield for their bullshit. They don't tell you that their whole plan is to have enforced martial law throughout every fucking county, by the way. Which is why the people who are innate into this shit are going to be susceptible to it too, because it's going to come to your town as well. They don't tell you this. They don't tell you any of this. And little do people know, and this was said on the news, you can even look it up, that they're going to have it to where like, oh, well, since, again, the C word it's bullshit. It's bullshit. They won't tell you that it's bullshit, but it is. That isn't what the problem is. The problem is the vaccinations that they want to blow out. The problem is the chemtrails that they're putting out there, which people are not aware of. You want proof that this shit is in your system, build yourself an anti-nano bucket and watch that shit come out of your skin. Because little do you know, it's growing. It's in everybody's food, it's on everybody's clothes, it's in your neighborhood, it's in your house. You can even bleach as much as you want, but the stuff will still be there unless you knew exactly how to detox this stuff, which they owe. But they didn't inform you about that shit when they hired you, did they? They didn't tell you about that, right? Exactly. So if they didn't tell any of these people about that shit, how the fuck would they have their best interest at heart? The same people who they hired. They're planning on turning against everybody. That's exactly what the fuck is going on. But people are too fucking arrogant to really see the big truth behind that. They're too damn arrogant. Too damn arrogant. Here's what's going to happen if people stay on the grid by the time October hits. And one of the government officials already stated this himself, so anybody can basically look this up. He stated that, the way they are going to see it is where, like, you would, since they've been caught even, doing theatrics with both the medical industry and come on, dude. The medical industry were caught using fake dummies. Even caught making dummies, posing them as bodies for the body count, which is basically falsified. It isn't that many people that's going on like that. And if anything, they actually are murdering people in hospitals. But they want to keep that hush hush, don't they? And there are nurses coming out, doctors coming out even, stating all of this. Oh, but you won't hear about it. Why? Because the mainstream beast media is censoring all of it. They're not telling you this. They don't want you to be informed of what's about to come. They don't want you to know about the storm that's going to come that basically keep you locked up in your homes to the point to where you're going to end up starving. It's either you starve or eat that poisonous food. And people don't even realize that GMO foods, and this is proof, that there was an insect study to where the insects were eating off of these GMO crops and they were dying off. Their stomachs collapsed, it was completely destroyed, and they died after a while. So if an insect is being killed from this, what do you think, just from taking a bite of it, what do you think is going to happen to a human being after a while? And that's the shit that they're going to force you. Your milk, they already are vaccinating the meat. Every meat product you see has been vaccinated, and you are what you eat. So when you have those proteins laced with your proteins have been vaccinated, buddy. So when you have a family, you feeding them any type of poultry like that, vaccinated meats, vaccinated food, GMO engineered food, poison. A lot of people won't even believe this if I told them that sugar is an actual poison, secretly. But they had it off to where to make you believe it's actually something good. It isn't. I could go on and on and on and on and on and on about half the shit that they do. They don't tell you about the fact that like several different people started coming up missing due to human trafficking. And then when people accept this dirty money off the side to basically do these dirty acts, right? They don't question, they'll say don't ask no questions, don't tell nobody, but they don't realize that they're actually enabling a Nazi-based organization that is highly involved in human trafficking highly involved in so much corruption, they have no idea how big the shit is. The reason why they pay you to do the shit that you do is to basically get rid of the opposition so that they can roll their shit in and take the fuck over. They want a communist organization out in America. Getting off grid is the primary thing to do. Detoxing this crap out of your body system is the best thing you can do. You can take what people are telling you seriously, or you can just go ahead and just act as if it's not true. But in my opinion, everybody, it's really best to be safe than be sorry. That's it. I don't know how else to put it. It's best to be safe than be sorry. So they can't say that nobody didn't warn them. They can't say that nobody didn't inform them. So, they say, oh no, this guy's just a conspiracy. You know something, dude? They have used that for years. You can't tell me that there's millions of people telling people the truth and they all just get declassified as conspiracy theories. Someone's financially motivated. If you got millions of people saying the exact same thing with the exact same testimony as millions of other people, something ain't right. Whew, man. It's like this bucket's coming along, well not bucket, but barrel is actually coming along all right. Actually, they have some copper left over after this. Wasn't thinking I would, but I just might. A lot of people may be wondering why did they not see this content very often. It's simple. Now, one thing needs to be known, and nobody can basically deny this shit. Google is basically, and a lot of people who are already tuned into the stream now already know about this. Google is basically one of the primary enemies. Facebook has been known, and they've gone to court for this, has been known to be collecting data from people who do not even use their platforms. Google has been known to work with China to be collecting facial recognition data. So think back, how many people own a cell phone that don't even have tape alongside their phones? You think they're not spying on you through your smartphone? Let me tell you something. A lot of people would think this is innocent. They got an app out there, right? I've already talked about this before, but I'm gonna talk about it again to boost awareness about it. They got an app out there that basically, not much. They just pay you to basically track your movements. Whenever you walk somewhere, they'll pay you cash to do it. Anybody who is not aware of the shit that we're aware of would look at that saying, oh, I can get paid for this. But they don't realize that that's actually a trap. That shit's a trap. Why? Because this is why they even put out the census. They put out the census to find people who are not registered, people who were basically laying low, who are in hiding, who they didn't know about. Why? They did this to a lot of people because they were trying to make a job out of it. At the same time, they fucked up and collapsed the economy. You see what I'm getting at here? They create a problem and then they create a solution. But a solution is to get favoritism towards them. It's selfishness. And the people, even if they hired on the streets, are still susceptible to the effects of that selfishness. The fact that they're even still working is just pure coincidence. They just need you for now, but when they don't need you anymore, they're done with you, man. They're done with you. They already are planning on basically rolling out cybernetic technology where it's already replacing humans. They got it to where it's even replacing the vehicles from regular human drivers to more of an automated system, and this is happening. And this isn't the only thing that has happened. It's also been something that's been constantly replacing the job markets. You see more machines doing jobs than you see human beings. This has been the calling card of them for years. So I'm basically stating out how it is. You really think they're gonna keep needing you to do this dirty shit? You really think that? Do you honestly think that? Because if you do, you're a damn fool. And I don't know, I'm not even being funny. I'm just stating how it is. If you want to be foolish if you want, you're going to have to deal with that on your own terms. And it's just going to be something to come back to haunt you. Let me tell you something how I know that these people do get bothered when it comes to things like that really could affect them directly. I had actually told the people who I used to work with about the food processing plants actually being shut down. And they were like, no, man. Like you say, we gotta stay open. We gotta stay open. Huh. They're being paid money on the side to do this bullshit, but clearly they were really worried about an actual job. I mean, I thought the whole PSYOP bullshit was paying you more than enough money, right? I would assume so. Apparently not. Little do they know that, and this is, I'm saying it again, there's favoritism throughout the damn shit. There's favoritism even against their own people, man. I've seen them use this shit on their own people who they hire. I know and not because I have witnessed this. I mean, a person can say otherwise, saying, oh, well, like, no, don't worry about it, whatever. Dude, just look at the fucking footage. Look at the videos. Look at the evidence. It's all fucking there. All of it is. You just have to be willing to look. And it's like, why would a person be, if you're so arrogant that you can't even check out the videos and like you still try to debunk that, that's a bastard who's financially motivated to do so. You still think they ain't paying more people to do stupid shit like that? Because I guarantee you, and I said it before, I said it again, they play favorites when it comes to this. And people who are aiding in this, you have a choice. But let me tell you something. When I go off grid, don't come after me. Don't do it, because you only got one warning. Now, this isn't to incite any fear to nobody. This isn't to, bring any problems of anywhere, basically. I'm only stating just how it is, how the current context is. As long as nobody doesn't do anything they ain't got no business doing, I mean, there's no trouble. That's how And you see, and you know something, that's how it is everywhere you go. Like, as long as you don't bring any trouble when you go to somewhere, you're fine. Everything's cool. You don't have to worry about it. That the same thing applies to me too. Same thing applies to everybody. But when you got people who are financially motivated, it's a different scenario. They're paid to literally stir up trouble. They're paid to side up. They're paid to do all of this dumb shit. And it's just a crazy, unfortunate situation because half these people don't even realize what they're really getting themselves into. And you want to know something? I can already tell that they don't know what they're getting themselves into because it's a different scenario when you see someone literally drinking a can of Coca-Cola when you know what's really in that stuff, the ingredients and what that stuff is and all of where it comes from. But the people who are drinking it have absolutely no idea what's in that. They have no idea what's in their soap. They have no idea what's in their detergent, their shampoo, their conditioner, their cleaning products, their clothes, any of this stuff that they use. Come on, man. I've seen them use this stuff. I've seen them buy this stuff. And I know what it is, what's in there, but they clearly don't if they're purchasing it. Because why would someone intentionally buy something if they know what's in it? Why would someone drink something when they, if they were to know what's in that? Clearly they don't know what's really in that stuff. But I tell you one thing though, if they find out, they would be very disgusted. And to give you a simple example, take the drink Minute Maid, right? The grape drink Minute Maid. Little did they know, there's an ingredient in that actually comes from the ass of a beaver. Yeah, and they still market that stuff. It's a whole, it gets worse. You think that's bad, it gets a lot worse, much worse. And this is the shit that's still on the market in the USA. The same stuff that's basically banned in other countries that they allow here, basically. You ever wondered why they banned that stuff in the first place? There's a reason for it, a damn good one. They'll quickly try to declassify someone as schizophrenic or crazy or just mentally ill to prevent people from looking up the truth for themselves. But you see, do they ever tell you to look? They'll be quick to say that, but do they ever fucking tell you to basically look up that information? Do they ever tell you to do that? They don't, do they? Of course they don't. Of course they fucking don't. Because they know once you see that, you know that you gotta think back. These motherfuckers basically been putting this shit out here. You're gonna think like, well, I've been drinking this shit. My kids been drinking this shit. My wife, or your wife's husband, going to end up saying, well, my husband's been drinking this shit. And then so far as for your grandmother, your grandfather, and your great mother and great grandfather, and so on and so forth. I mean, like they've been pilfering this shit out, and I had no idea about it. These assholes have the nerve to ask me to continue to help out with this shit. Are you fucking mental? It's a very fucked up situation. That's why I say that people who are actually applying this shit and are really allowing this to happen, are working for it, they're the ones who are mentally ill. It's them. Because they are allowing this crap to happen. I don't think I want that much space on this barrel like that. Man. I may have to cut this thing off and then restart it. Yeah, I may just have to. There's a lot of wire left over on this thing. Crap. But man, you see, the truth really does bother people. Because again, the same stuff that other people who are, the only difference is that the people who are being targeted are, because they're aware. Why do you think else they're being targeted? They're being targeted because they know what the fuck is really happening, and they're trying to warn people about it, saying, hey man, don't fucking deal with these people. And truth be told, these people who run this organization have been known to have their hands laced with this bullshit that they've been intentionally poisoning people with. So how often do these compartmentalization individuals be shaking hands with these people? You ever thought about that? How often do they ever use the exact same tools, the exact same equipment with one another? Did you ever think about that? Again, nano poisoning is basically a biohazardous weapon for people who don't know. People in the community are secretly hired to lace this stuff on several different surfaces. Doorknobs, objects, food, you name it, even clothes. Yes, even clothes. So you wouldn't even know that you are technically being poisoned by someone who you think you're working with the whole entire time. You wouldn't even know. You would not suspect it, because why? They're telling you not to question the reality of what's happening. That's why. Because if you're not questioning it, you wouldn't suspect it, you wouldn't know about it, and you wouldn't sense it. Next thing you know, weird things start happening. You start hearing tinnitus in the back of your throughout your ears. You can't figure out why it's happening. You end up having different itchiness sensations going on throughout your skin. Let me tell you something. If a person wants to know if they really are being laced with nano, this is what you need to do. You can look this up on YouTube. Look it up on YouTube. Look up a rife frequency for parasites. You do that, if you feel itching sensation anywhere on your skin, a motherfucker who you are associated with basically poisoned you when you didn't know it. That's how you can find out. Now, if a person does have this, it makes you wonder why would they feel the need to do that. Why? Because they don't trust the people who they hire. If you hadn't seen whistleblowers yet, they are a huge problem for these this corruptive organization. Why? Because they give out confidential information that basically damage the interior structure of their corruptive system. They know this. So anybody, any gang stalker, any person on the inside can instantly turn into a whistleblower. So they do target their own. They do this. They definitely do. The question is, are you going to give into fear? Because you got to understand, fear is a tactic used to control. And mind you, the people behind this are Satanists. They worship Satan. They worship Lucifer. So you got to think about it. You know, Satan is the devourer of souls. Would you really give into fear to basically have your soul devoured? And then think about it. They wish to take away free will. Look at if you look at the research that Bill Gates is doing with this bullshit, they look to basically diminish the believer of God, man. It's all there. All of it's there. All the information a person would need to see to prove all of this shit is true is right there on the channel. Not just mine, but there's links to other many channels that have the exact same thing as well, and much, much, much more. But they wouldn't want people to see this. And there's no surprise as to why they wouldn't want people to see this. And I know I'm kind of like talking through third view, but this is for people on the live stream who are still not, caught up to this. That's why. But yeah, man, it's definitely some crazy situations we're dealing with nowadays. Definitely dark. Definitely dark. Alright. So almost past half of this thing. Okay. Good thing I don't have to do too much with this. Awesome. Halfway done. Halfway done. Let's check out the chat. Haven't been able to check it. Get to me working on this damn thing, but and wow, did this thing end or what? Man, looks like it did. Oh no, it didn't. No, it didn't. We're still live. Awesome. Go to home. Oh, Tansy. Oh, you. I'm only just now looking at the chat. I was, I wasn't even paying attention to it earlier. I was just rambling. But, that's basically what I was getting at. Like, wait, psyops on them too. Paying the M and giving them material stuff is a. This is. Psyops on them to paint that the material stuff is a form. Hang on. Oh, I can't even see what the rest of that is. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and continue with this. But yeah, that's the basics of this. That is the basis of all of this. But if you're wondering, like, as far as the stages are concerned, I'm like halfway done with the barrel right now, as you can see. I can lift this thing up so you can take a look. Halfway done. Almost at the top. Now, even when I get to the top, I gotta make sure there's enough cording going all the way down to connect it with. What's that spool in that? Okay. Yeah. Oh, wrong thing. That's gonna snap that off. I'm gonna do that. Just need to get coating off. Okay. But yeah, man, a lot of people. I bet a lot of these people they hired don't even know that Barack Obama was not meant to ever. Wasn't even fit to be president at all, like none. He didn't even qualify for it. And I bet they also don't know that technically Barack Obama and Osama bin Laden are the same people. And that technically Barack Obama is a Muslim. I bet some of these people who they hired don't even know about that. And then I bet they also don't know that technically Michelle Obama his real name is actually Michael. I won't say the last name, but in case people were wondering, the first so-called lady that was in office during that time was a transgender. It was a dude. So when people basically voted for Obama, they voted to basically have, I mean, there's some celebrities who spoke out about that, and I can't remember her name, but she said they all knew who it was. They all knew that Michelle Obama was really Michael, and that Michael was a transgender, and that president was technically, well, homosexual, who was in office, who was not even meant to be even president at all, not even fit, couldn't even be president because the dude was a damn Muslim. And little do people know, and this was shown too, in George W. Bush's office was a picture, as you know, both Barack Obama and the Soros are literally close, by the way, if you wasn't aware. A lot of people don't. Now, I don't really care if a person is trans. I don't give a damn if a person is gay. The only thing I say, look, man, just keep your shit to yourself. Don't enforce that on other people. Don't. That's all I'm asking, and it is not so much to ask. The problem is that we have people who are just enforcing their shit on other people, and it's not right. You know? If that's what you're into, fine. So the fuck what? I don't care. But don't advertise that shit to people who are not like that, man. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, where the fuck did that come from? Okay, looks like I got a bit of a flood issue. Yeah, looks like that's on. Okay. I think they're shadow banning the thing, so most people don't even really see this. I could be wrong, I don't know. But it'd be greatly appreciated if you guys can inform the other people about the thing. I already know for a fact if I seen something fly that large, then they're clearly bothered by me talking right now. I mean, this is another example, and this is, as I said, the truth pisses them off. They don't act like it, but I know it does. And you see, it's the fact that I know that it does that all that matters. A person can act and sigh all they want as if the anger doesn't, as if the shit don't bother them. But that's fine, because you want to know what that does. That stuff that they bottle up sits there and festers. It builds up so much to where they blow their cover. And it has happened before. It has happened more than once, and it can happen again. I know this because I have experienced this, and I know how to push a person's buttons. That's the one thing they definitely don't like. That's why the police don't even like talking to me, because I will turn the situation against them to where they can't discredit it. They can't say jack shit because they will have to try to second guess. And they're literally, that face that people normally get in, they get in there in that shit a lot. But you see, they don't tell these people who they hire about that. And my question to them would be, well, why didn't they? And then they want to know why. Well, some of them they tell, well, don't talk. It's because they're giving you a warning not to talk to me, because I have a special way with words, basically. And they're not prepared for it, and it's very unpredictable, because I can act and not act. I can, I can say this, that, and the other. I cannot say this, that, and the other. I can literally play to their spectacle when they try their bullshit, and I cannot play to their spectacle. You see, giving them the thing that where they have to second guess themselves, That's what makes them, that's what puts them in a reckless state. And they don't have much of a choice because, like, I mean, the whole thing is randomized. You ain't gonna know odds or evens between any of that. You're not gonna know. Even with this tech. You wanna piss off a gang stalker for sure? Think about actually doing something and plan on doing something and then act as if like you're getting ready to do it, but don't do it. Trust me, that will piss them off. That will piss them off. But I warn you, the DEW attacks will turn out to be some pretty fucking severe after that, which is why I'm showing people how to detox that crap out of these systems so they can basically lift the middle finger up to them and tell them to kindly fuck off. Okay. Oh, I still got to deal with the other part of putting the tape all around this. That's going to be fun. But I got plenty enough to pull that off, so it'll be fine. This as long as I put some tape strips down, it'll just Now, I can't see as y'all can tell from my position, I cannot see the chat right now. For any TI who goes through the prank call nonsense shit, here's a tip to basically get them to back off, because this literally just reveals their identity. When they call you, call them back. No answer? Simple. Copy and paste the phone number. Look up a website, because they do have websites that do this. There are websites that will give you the prank caller's exact location, their name, first and last, the last person who previously used the phone, and their current, not just their current location, but their address. That, if you wanted to know how to deal with the prank callers, there you go. And I've done this twice, by the way. I had one prank caller before, and they freaked the fuck out the first time they realized I knew how to find where the asshole was. And the dude was all the way out in Zingales, Louisiana. And it wasn't his phone, because it was a guy that called the phone, but it was actually his girlfriend's phone he was using, or his sister's. Had to be, because it was a female name listed under the number. So you see, they rely on your ignorance, on not knowing what you can do. In fact, I need to tell Kevin about that he can, find out who those people are. Because that would definitely help, because he actually had one of those creeps actually leave a creepy voice message on his phone. Wow, there is still a lot of wiring in this school. Man, this thing's a trooper. Starship Troopers. He's a hero. Gonna take pollution down to zero. Gonna help it. And I don't even know. Now going ahead down, put us under. Hold on, I do not remember those lyrics. Damn, it's been a while. Captain Planet, he's gonna take pollution down to zero. Gonna pull us on. Guys who like to loot and fun. Red ideas. You can be one too. Defending our planet is then deep. Looting and polluting is not the way. Hear what Captain Planet has to say. Oh, man. And if you're wondering, I'm basically being radiated right now. I could go get the gauze meter to prove that. So, if you didn't think that when I was stating that this shit does piss him off, I'm not joking. It does. Okay, so I've already talked about Obama's bullshit. What else? What else? Yeah, and there's so many corruption in politics, it is not even funny. I think I hit like damn near 3 to 4 hours on the video, and I know it was like 2. Not last time, but the first time when I checked. So it's probably like 3, probably close to 4 o'clock right now. Wow. First thing this morning, I could have sworn I started this thing. Now all of a sudden, it's already almost done. Wow. Cool. My stamina, agility, and strength turn back to normal. Ooh, damn. Damn. Everybody remember, first thing tomorrow, I will be making the powerful shield that powerful portable shield you can take with you wherever you go, and it helps block that radiation of bullshit that they use, as well as the frequencies as well. And it also not just does that, but it also promotes positive energy. Now, when you hear, I've already mentioned this before, and I talked about positive energy, but this video is turning out so long that I feel I need to mention it again. When these gang stalkers act the way that they do, the PSYOP methods, it's always negative, deceitful language that they have. Their body language is negative, the way that they talk is negative, the things they say is negative. Everything that they do is all based on negative. Why? Because the energy they're using is negative. Hence, why positive energy defeats negativity. The only way to beat negativity is with positivity. Now then, wow. Look at how much I got done and look at how much copper is left. Look at all of this. I think I got way too much, but at the same time, I mean, it's still 5, about to be 4 really, but 5 packs of copper, all right there. Vulcan, if you see this video, if you need a spool of copper, just let me know, and I'll gladly give you one for free. I'm not charging for it, so that way you will have some extra stuff as well to be able to help you help out on your side as well. I've been meaning to come in contact with you, but yeah, I'm afraid emails just, I've already mentioned this before, but emails just not going to work because they're blocking that. Oh well, I need to use another spool apparently. And I know I mentioned this before, but I'll mention again, the rifle belts. I can't do mass production of that yet because there's still the issue with the radiation. I did put anti-radiational stickers on them, but like I stated before, that was a temporary thing, not for long term. I still need to figure out how to convert harmful radiation to healing radiation. When I figure that out, then I can apply that method to the belt, and then that will also amplify its effects. So not only will you be able to detox the stuff in your core, but you'll also be able to be, have its healing effects as well, instead of it being something bad. Man. Super extraordinaire, freakazoid, runs around in underwear, freakazoid. Oh wow. Wait, pliers. I may have to actually get another AC to DC adapter because I am not using the one that is for my generator and for my not just my generator but also my what is that, my solar panel. By the way, I probably should hold on, let me finish this first, then I'll show you guys what it looks like. It's gonna be a pain putting it back in there, but it'll be alright. I did mention it before, but I guess it's no really harm in showing it on camera. Okay. When you go off grid, you want a generator and you want a proper solar panel. They have small ones, but you do not want those because, again, I stated it before, I'll state it once more. They are for phones, regular devices, not for a generator. And they don't have the right capacity for it to be able to support a generator. Now what you're seeing here is the Rock Powell's solar panel. This thing's kind of pricey, but it's definitely worth the buy. We open this up, and as you see, 4 consecutive layers of sonar panel. Well compact, not just that. But multi-layer choice plugs for everyday use. You got something that needs plugged in, this thing's got you covered. As well as the charging cord for that as well. That connects to basically siphon the energy from the unit to whatever, machine, or should I say, any type of thing or whatever. So I got most of that I need, but I still need to get myself a few other things. Not much, but just a little bit until I'm ready to go. But also, gonna have to get a firearm too before I go off grid, just to be safe. I'm aiming at getting either a revolver, a pistol, an automatic, not a semi-automatic, no, not a rifle. Either that and both, just a regular regular handgun and a shotgun. I'm good. Just a boomstick and a regular pistol. That's it. Good enough for ammunition, and that's all. Okay. I guess I could just sit here on the side. I believe I already showed what the generator looks like, so I'm not going to bother with that. Now, same thing applies with this as well as it would apply with the bucket and AC to DC adapter. That's what you're going to need in order to get a proper voltage. You cannot, and I'm saying it again, you cannot use a regular cord to, a regular copper cord just to put this thing on and expect this, just connect a regular plug thinking that that's going to work. It is not. And what that's going to do is run off line power, and you do not want that. Blow the fuse doing that. Now, even with me doing these attachments, I'm still not done yet. I'm going to run tape. You don't really have to run tape over it, but I'm going to do it anyway, because basically it keeps the coil from ever coming undone. All right. I should warn TIs. I'm starting to think that some TI, it's very difficult, because now that I think about it, it's just a two-way thing. TIs who don't put it doesn't matter whether they put content on there, but here's the thing: if you're using if with them basically having all of that shit into your phone, and you're using their platforms and stuff like that, like they're using your watch history to run PSYOP automated messaging through the machines that are laced onto you. So be careful about that. And trust me, I know, because they do this a lot to me, and I have experienced it. Okay, let me see. hitting me with the damn chatterbox right now. Almost done. Almost done. Almost done. Now, for people who are wondering, once this coil is finished and it's fully wrapped and it's fully strapped down, there's only one thing that needs to be done after that, and that's just applying an AC/DC adapter to it, connecting to both ends, and then cutting the top off, shaving the sharp ends down, and then it's done. That's it. That's it. For a bucket, it's one of these. You wouldn't have to do all of that because you already got your opening there. All you have to do is just wrap a coil around the bottom side, tape it down, have both the positive either on the top or the bottom, and have the negative on the top or the bottom, and put your AC to DC adapter onto the ends, and you're good to go. That's all you need. That's the ingredients that you would put in these things. Now, what I use, I put borax in this thing. I put baking soda in it. I put sea salt. Salt with iodine. You can use vegetable oil, but I recommend basically like olive oil or vinegar, because that's a lot easier. If you use vegetable oil, well, that's going to be more sticky like, and it's a lot difficult to deal with that. And again, remember, GMO, all in the vegetables and shit, so just remember that. If also, I mentioned this before, but I'm gonna mention it again. You can actually detox this nanotech over time. If you take some Epsom salt, you can put that inside your socks and wear that, and just have them like it's like a little beanbag of salt underneath your feet that detoxifies the stuff over time. You may see my arms here. I basically had Epsom salt patches on when I was asleep. This also helps you kill off that stuff over time as well. You can have that as well as in the above the pelvis region where your spinal column is, as well as the back of your head where the bumps are, and right underneath your kneecaps as well. Having those there basically helps you kill this stuff off over time. That's just another method you can use, but remember, as long as you're on the grid, they're still spraying that stuff. As long as you're on the grid, they're still putting that stuff out there. They're still putting it in your food, in your clothes, and your everywhere, man. Even in your cosmetics, even in your health products, it's all there. Give me a second. Because I want this to be on film. Because if this thing is in the red, if you see it in the red at all, then you're gonna know they're using this stuff as I speak. Glitched it. Actually, oh wait, no, I remember where you're at. Right here. Now again, they can hear me even as I speak, so it wouldn't surprise me that they would turn it off or move it. Usually they don't even turn it off, they just move it. Well, that's the whole point of leaving you there. Oh. What's this now? Now that's seen. Okay, this is bounced. I'll simply just leave there. Now there's no electronic devices near this thing. This is very far away around it. It's at 0, 0, 0, 0. If they turn it on, this will detect it and it will be on film. Okay. If it reaches into the red, then the number indicator is usually above 1,000 to 900. If it's in the yellow, that's between 500 and around 750. No, not 750, but like around 880, I think. So yeah, that's just to give you a good estimation on the heightened levels. Wondering about my pendant, this thing, you can literally twirl it around and it actually promotes positive energy around your crown. So magnets help propel it forward as well as it helping propel some energy down as well. It's basically propelling energy, positive energy over here, positive energy up here. And the having a copper around it is what helps amplify it. And as well as both the shungites, which deals with frequencies, and the orgonite, which also promotes positive chakra-like energy. The minute you actually make this thing and put it on, you will feel that positive energy literally hit you like a silver bullet. It's gonna be like boom, positive. You actually literally will feel yourself starting to smile when you do this. That's I can guarantee you that. You make this, the minute you put it on, you got the shungite to the side, the orgonite here, the magnets connected towards their repelling sides, stacked up in layers of 2, wrapped around as a repulsor for the frequencies. You will feel yourself start to smile and feel that positive energy. That is my guarantee to you. What's this now? Don't worry, that was just it bouncing. It would stay, it would actually pick up and start beeping off if I detected if they were using this stuff. Another way to fuck over that tinnitus thing, the voice to skull thing, is to have, this is for people who hadn't seen the recent video that I posted. You want to basically tape some like rare earth magnets to the back of the ear, tape them there. It'll render this stuff useless within a matter of minutes. That's one technique, as well as other affected areas. Like if you feel like you've been chipped somewhere, do the same thing there. It'll immediately fuck over the frequency of that to where it's completely useless and non-useful. However, remember this nanotech is repairing, so you got to be able to get rid of that too. This goes all the way up the top, all the way up the top. Just so you know, it's not the. So you know, it's not the cord. Whew, man. Watched an animation of Bob Ross, and it was related to him. One of his catchphrases saying whenever he used to basically drain the paint from his brush, he always go like, "Man, just after you just done with it, just beat the devil out. Just beat the devil." I watched an animation related to that, and literally, oh dude, he literally just painted over the devil, and it was really stupid. It was stupid. Oh man. Chocolate left over. I would have never imagined that I didn't eat all of this. But it's still good to have it because it leaves for more opportunities besides. I still gotta make that coil gun. This though all the way right there. All the way right there. Probably should have had some music playing during this, but it doesn't matter. Just done with this whole thing. Actually, put some extra tape down. I feel like having this thing going done. Normally I wouldn't do this, I would just have it go straight up, but these gaps need to be filled. Man, moving so fast that I forget where I leave the thing, equipment at. I think I just about got this gap here so far. All right, all that's left to do is, oh man. Now, one thing needs to be known, the bucket does have the capabilities of pulling stuff, it's nanotech stuff, even out, as far up to as around your head region as well. However, what do you think is gonna happen when you have something that actually can just, just stand in and it's pulling all of this stuff up as far up as their torso region? It's gonna have more of a pull effect on the nano and the heavy metals that's all already up in the top regions of your body. So you might not even have to dunk all the way in it. I mean, it's optional, but you might not have to. I would have been able to utilize that a bit more, but unfortunately, it's not as this bucket. It has to be so wide out, openly spaced. Not to mention the coil was kind of unevenly spaced, so I actually have to maneuver that around while taping it down. you get it uneven like that, all you can do is basically to get rid of the slack, is to like move it to the side and then tape it down. It still works the same way doing that, so you don't have to worry about too much of an issue with that one. It is a shame that all that slack came in place like that, but I can still make this work. It's like that. like I bought just enough. Awesome. Oh, damn. Big bastard. That she is, well, almost finished. The coil's done. All that's left is the AC to DC adapter and I cut the top off, and then I shave it down so that it's evenly spaced, and that's it. The anti-nano barrel. Alright, check out the comments. Oh, damn. Hey, at 29 minutes and 50 seconds. Oh, wow. Ooh. Heard of beetle wings being able to push object, huh? Oh, where I'm at with the barrel, because there's probably more than one person in the chat on the in the view thing. Yeah, they are. All right. Well, wow. 5 hours on this damn thing. 5 hours. Wow. Well, I don't have the circular, so to cut the top off, and I'm not using the other AC to DC adapter that I got right now, because that one is for my. Well, actually, hold on. Instead of me using the bucket, well, actually, no, I'm gonna probably keep this on the bucket for now, just so y'all can see it. I'll probably keep this one on here for now, but then when I get the equipment to take the top off and then, to do that and saw it off, and I guess I'll just take this one off of that and then just put this one on the bucket, on the barrel, because I might as well, because I'm not really gonna need the bucket, Or I could just leave them off as their own 2 individual ones. It's better to have 2 than, just one, right? Well, I don't know. I'll figure it out later on, but there it is. Again, the coil doesn't have to be perfect, as long as you got it wrapped all the way around there in a formation of a coil around the entire barrel, and you're all set. All right. Thank you for joining, everybody. Stay safe, stay strong.